This is the Big O Show.
All righty, welcome aboard. Starting a little early today, but that's the beauty when you're in charge. You can start whenever the hell you want to start. So today we're starting a little early out here at Caneswear at Miami Fanwear, 2511 South University Drive in Davie. We'll be out here, of course, till about, I would say about 3 o'clock. We'll give you as much as we can here today on the program. Got a bunch of guests here today on the show. In fact, my man Andy Behrens will be joining us right away at 11 o'clock, so we'll have a little fun with Andy. And now I'm looking at I'm going, where the hell is my sheet now? Because I'm going, where the hell is my prep sheet here? Because
this is the second day you're a little lost, man. What's going on with you, brother?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it doesn't help when your brain is burnt from doing like 800 shows in the last week on multiple levels. Because
Excuse me, I am so sorry.
I was on last night again till 11. Yes. On Sirius Radio. Here it is. I'm sure it's all.
I keep forgetting to factor in the serious factor, and that's a pretty serious factor.
That's a very serious factor. So Andy Behrens will be joining us at 11. Manny Navarro, our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report, which is normally on Tuesdays. Where are we? We're at Caneswear, baby. So, yes, we'll have Manny Navarro here as our main sponsor for that segment. It will be in charge, as always. Ryan Abner is also going – is going to join us from the Oklahoman. And for those of you that don't know, we started last week. We're doing a draft profile on all the different QBs coming into the draft. And we're getting beat guys that are following these quarterbacks on an everyday basis throughout their careers. Last week we did Tua, we did Joe Burrow, we did Jake Fromm, and we did Justin Herbert. This week we've already done, we did Nate Stanley yesterday, and today we're going to do Jalen Hurts because Ryan covers Hurts for the Oklahoman, so we'll talk a little bit about Jalen Hurts with Ryan at 2 o'clock, so that'll be part of our focus. And for those of you that have missed the insight on any of those other interviews, let me tell you, man, you can go to our podcast and download those and check it out. Great insight on those quarterbacks. I will warn you, the Justin Herbert one, just in case you were a fan, you may not want to listen to that one because after you hear that interview, you definitely will not want Justin Herbert on your football team. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there.
They need to be objective, man, if he's what he is.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. So we're going to have some fun with all of that. What else do we have? I just got the clearance. Jay Skursky is going to join us at 2:30. Now, do you know who Jay Skursky is?
No, sir. Please enlighten me and everybody else out there.
Well, you'll get to know Jay personally, and you'll get to know him now professionally because we'll have him on the show several times over the next couple of years. But Jay's been covering the Bills for a long, long time. And he covered a guy by the name of Chan Gailey, who was there.
Aha.
And guess who's coming to Miami now?
You know what? Jeff from Caneswear enlightened me this morning. Coming back.
So Chan Gailey's coming. So we're going to have Jay Skursky, who covered him. Now, I covered Chan also when he was here in Miami with Dave Wanstead, but it was so long ago. And I want to get into that because I know a lot of you want to talk a little bit about what's going on with the Dolphins, and I'll get into that in a minute. I'm awaiting one more guest that we're going to add, hopefully, to the lineup because I'm trying to give you different perspectives on the breaking news because that's what we do here on this show. We delve into stuff like nobody else can in any of, especially local radio. So, and you're not going to get objective opinions on local radio, so you could get them here. And by the way, once again, thank you for all the support and the downloads. We had a record day of downloads yesterday.
That was crazy. Crazy.
Wow. It's just amazing what we're accomplishing every single month. Over 30% increase in our downloads consecutively in consecutive months. It is, and we thank you for that. I think a lot of people are realizing that what we do, you can't get anyways locally on radio. Plus, you get to listen to like sports talk go on for, a while here. Not, hey, we're going to talk for 8 or 10 minutes, then break for 8 or 10 minutes, and then come back for 8 or 10 minutes and break for another 8 or 10 minutes. I mean, give me a break. So it's impossible for a listener to deal with that. And trust me, for the host, it's not easy. They got to do it because you got to do it because that's your job, but it's terrible for flow. Where here we can flow all we want and break whenever we want, and they're really short breaks, and because I've done radio for a long time, still do radio, but this is where Bill and I are in charge, and we're going to do things where it's easier for you, the listener, to listen, relax. You don't have to channel surf. You're going to get everything. We're going to talk about the Heat today. We're going to talk about the Canes. We're going to talk about the Dolphins. You're going to get all kinds of – we're going to give you an NFL draft perspective. We do it all on this show. You don't have to go anywhere in any other show or anywhere else. Just tune in right here every single day, usually at 11 a.m. Tomorrow, by the way, because it's the 1st, okay, it'll be an abbreviated podcast, all of that. Bill's looking forward to his day off tomorrow. It's good. It's good to have a day off, right, Bill?
Every once in a while, yeah. It's why we work, right? To have a day off to do something, but I probably won't be doing a thing.
It's also good to get paid, too, on time. Anyway.
That's a great concept.
Yeah, isn't it? Anyway, so we got a lot of things to talk about here on the show. First of all, yesterday, let's get into a little Miami Dolphins talk. And I know yesterday was one of those days where we saw Brian Flores and Chris Greer, and they addressed what happened on the season and all of that good stuff. And then the press conference was over, and then a couple hours later, the bomb drops, and they fired Chad O'Shea, Tony Oden, the safeties coach, and Dave DeGuglielmo, the O-line coach, who, by the way, wasn't good enough the first time around with the Miami Dolphins. And I know they made changes this season, early in the season with the O-line coach, and they brought this gentleman on. And so now they're going to go out and try to find another one. And let me tell you something. Let's get into a couple layers of all of this. It'll be harder for Manny Diaz to add quality coaches because he had a crappy year and he looked incompetent, unfortunately. I hope Manny finds the right coaches, and I hope Manny comes back next year with a vengeance and is completely opposite of what we saw this year, okay? I pray for that, all right? Because I fear what could be coming because what I saw was very disturbing. But anyway, that's a whole other conversation. This man here in Brian Flores, he actually showed people something in a big-time way that good coaches are going to want, good assistant coaches are going to want to join this staff, okay? So I think he'll be able to find a solid offensive line coach. The safeties coach, we'll see what he does there. Now, the offensive coordinator, apparently he has found that in Chan Gailey. Now, I'm going to play a little, I'm going to play this game with a little foresight. I'm going to say that they're anticipating losing, okay, Jim Caldwell. Because if you're bringing in somebody that's a veteran like this, has plenty of NFL experience, has college experience, the beauty of Chan Gailey is he knows the quarterback position very well, can coach the quarterback position, and here's the thing. Because he's run different offenses, I think it goes well with what you're doing here right now where you may have to adjust. he's coached Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's also a very important thing. So there's a history there with these two gentlemen. And I think that's also important. So I'm really wondering if there's a lot of foresight in this move, because if you were going to bring back Jim Caldwell, you now had somebody that knows offense inside and out and knows quarterbacks. So you can kind of mentor your offensive coordinator. I'm not sure if the quarterbacks coach is going to be the guy that eventually will become the offensive coordinator. So Chan Gailey is kind of like overseeing all of this. And I know that they were maybe concerned that if Josh Daniels gets a job, that he would be taking the quarterbacks coach with him. So maybe they're going to elevate him too. I don't know how they're going to handle all of this. But I think there's some foresight and planning going on here. It's not about, don't think the short-sighted plan about, well, is Chan Gailey, he's about to be 68. Is he the offensive coordinator for now? And does this mean that they're going to be more run-oriented or pass-oriented, or what are they going to do? And so this is where I would tell you to kind of pump the brakes, because Chan has been kind of tied with different things. So I think he can be somewhat flexible too. And I think the experience that he brings to the table and working with quarterbacks is also an enormous positive for this football team. The experience is also fantastic. I thought he did a solid job when he was here in Miami as an offensive coordinator, considering what he had to work with and the coach that he was working with, who had a very conservative approach to everything. Remember, even when Norv Turner was here, when you were crossing the 30-yard line, I was told that you would hear in the headsets, everybody would hear in the headsets, Dave Wannstedt goes, we're in field goal range, guys. Let's take care of the football here. So when you were crossing the 30, Dave Wannstedt was already thinking 3. So even if you were aggressively thinking 7, the guy above you was already coaching for 3 in his defense and punting. That's who Wani was. And so it really depends on who you have. The one thing you did learn about Flores this year, conservative, he is not. Okay? I mean, he's aggressive. He's going to take chances. He doesn't have patience. He found out early on last year he didn't like his offensive line coach. He made a change. And then the guy that took over, he didn't like him either. He made a change. He brought a guy over with him from New England, and that guy wasn't good enough for him, and he made a change. This guy's not going to wait. Players from week to week are schemed in and out. Players are brought in, tried out, and exited right away if they can't play. This guy's not going to waste time. I love that, by the way. I just want you to know that. And there's a checks and balances the way I look at things. And this goes for everything. I'll give you an example. Pat Riley. I've told you guys this over and over again. Unlike some of you out there, while he screwed up with Whiteside and Tyler and all that, I kept telling you, Riley's my guy. Riley writes his check. Whenever he wants to walk the hell out of the door, he can do it. I don't care. Now, I'll be objective and I'll tell you, he screwed up with those contracts. But I'll never want to fire him because there's a checks and balance here. You can't fire somebody or want to fire anybody that gives you 20-plus years of incredible service and for 2 or 3 he lost his mind and made some mistakes. If you have never produced and those 2 or 3 years are the only years you have, then you get rid of his ass. But last time I checked, there's 3 championships, there's 5 trips to the title game. There's what is it? I don't know, like 6 or 7 trips to the conference finals. There's like, I don't know, 13 division titles. Are you kidding me? The resume is freaking loaded. So with Brian Flores, I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do with Chan Gailey. But Brian Flores has earned some respect with me now. He has earned the right to make this call now and see what he does in the second stage of leading this Dolphins team. Because in his first year, he proved to me that he can win in the most difficult situations that could possibly exist for a football team. That means lack of talent. Okay? The guy had no talent. And he had the world pointing fingers at him and criticizing everything that he was doing. And yet he guided his team through all of that turmoil to a 5-11 season. So, if he thinks Chan Gailey is going to be the next piece he needs to move along, and remember, I don't believe this is a long-term fit. I think this is an experience fit. I think he's here to help mold the next offensive coordinator. I think he's here to help mold the next quarterback. I think he's here to help mold the culture. I don't think you think about this like this is a move that this is your offensive coordinator for the next 15 years. No, I think this is a guy that has been out of football for a couple of years, but he knows his stuff, has worked in so many different, organizations, has run a couple different offenses, and has worked with all kinds of quarterbacks. And so the experience is priceless. And that's something that certain coaches will not have at this point. And right now, when you have a really, really young team, experience and leadership is something that's really important right now. And that's where I think Chan Gailey's bringing his expertise and his experience to the football team, to the offense, and to his assistant coaches, one of which I think eventually takes over as the offensive coordinator. I think that's what's happening here. This is an experience transitional piece that he added to the coaching staff. And I don't know how long it's going to take, maybe a year or two or three, no more than that, and I think Chan's gone. I don't even know if it gets to 3, but I can see a year or two of helping to transition this whole staff. I think that's what's going to happen. Remember, Chan Gailey understands offenses, understands blocking schemes, okay? So the next offensive line coach also will have some kind of chemistry with that. Maybe even experience working with him. Not just philosophically, but maybe really physically, these two have actually worked together. You never know. That could be an option. Not sure if those options are out there because I haven't looked. But I'm just telling you from an outsider's point of view what I'm seeing and what this hire really means in adding Chan Gailey. 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. Andy Behrens from Yahoo Fantasy is going to join us on the other side. You got him already?
There is no other side. The other side is here. All
right, I love it. And before we go to Andy Behrens, let's remind you to call Choice Mortgage Bank because they can still get you state rates under 3.5%. What are you waiting for? Don't allow anybody else to give you the runaround. Call Michael Kodsey right now. Here's the owner's personal cell number, 561-441-2730. You're going to love somebody that works so hard for you. He and his staff, they've earned a AAA plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. They've been doing it right for 25 years. Call Michael Kodsey, 561-441-2730. All right, let's talk a little fantasy basketball with the man, the myth, the legend that is Andy Behrens. And I would imagine, Andy, that last night you went and scrambled and got Garrison Matthews on your basketball team after he lit it up for the Wizards and lit it up against the Miami Heat. Oh, no, not yet. He's not there? No? What's going on? Oh, you said you had him.
Remember, yeah, I do. I got him on the phone, but when I did the reset to get rid of the echo on YouTube, it had to redo, and we're in, and here he comes.
All right, Andy, you there? All right, Andy.
Far off sort of way.
There we go. There we
Got
go.
me? There we go.
You.
Ta-da!
All right. And by the way, if you have any fantasy basketball questions, you can send them in on the YouTube chat board. You can send them in on Twitter at Big O Show and on the sitinlawfirm.com text line 786-322-1105. So, Andy, did you scramble for Garrison Matthews from the Wizards last night after that 28-point performance and 4 of 7 from three-point range?
Oh, my gosh. The Wizards are just the team that keeps on giving. They play at crazy pace, which is part of it, right? And they're terrible defensively. So, like, every game the Wizards play is just an absolute fantasy feast, it seems. Jordan McRae goes off. Gary Payton's kid is having quite a week and a half, getting like 3 steals for every 20 minutes he plays. Just like the problem is so much of this is about the players that aren't there right now. You know, Bradley Beal is hurt. Zay Thomas is hurt, and then he's not. Bertans has been out. So we got to assume that when these guys get back, you know, a lot of the stats go away for some of the supporting players. But right now, basically anybody who's going to get 25 minutes in any given game for the Washington Wizards is going to be worth starting.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Now, but does he have a future? Is that a guy? I was joking around and having fun, but he is a rookie, so I'm just wondering, is there a future? Because, you know, eventually I'm going to ask you about Minnesota. You know, some of these teams, they have no hope. So they might be turning to the future very shortly. So will Washington turn to the future very shortly is my question for you.
Well, one of the tricks there is, number one, Bertans has got to be a big part of their future. Number two, like they can't trade Bradley Beal this season, so he's not going anywhere. They could shut him down. They could ease off of him. But I think Matthews is a thing. I think Matthews is super interesting. Drew a few MVP chance the other night, which was fun to hear. Not going to happen, but pretty fun to hear. So yeah, I mean, I think guys like McRae and Matthews can be interesting players. I think they both probably have to get picked up in deeper leagues. They both had terrific games, knocked down a bunch of threes. They're a perfect example of a team that should be rolling with young guys right now. And eventually, I don't know if Bradley Beal really wants to be there long term or not, but he's certainly going to be a trade candidate again in the off season. And so I feel like the two guys who popped last night, just absolutely have to be picked up.
Yeah, no, he was in love with the money this year. Next year, he'll be in love with another team, and he'll move on. I said Minnesota. I meant Detroit. Detroit eventually is going to start purging here, and they're going to try to get rid of some of these veterans if they can. Christian Wood.
That's the name.
Is this the guy that we need to jump on now and stash if he's still available?
Yeah, and I don't like to be the guy who, you know, tells you that you got to stash everyone. And I only think there's a handful of guys out there that I think are really worthy, you know, bench stash. Can't play him right now because Christian Wood isn't getting a ton of minutes. But the situation for Detroit strikes me as almost untenable. They can't play Blake Griffin in back-to-back games, right? You hope that he's not dealing with some sort of chronic condition that just never gets better, but it has that vibe to it. So just a terrible situation for them. They have to make a decision on Andre Drummond. Is he going to be part of the future or not? He's having another one of these crazy Drummond years where he's basically 16 and 16 every night. That's a crazy rebounding total. He's been great, but is he a part of their future? So the obvious candidate to gain a ton of value, number one, if Drummond is dealt. Number two, if Griffin just has to get shut down at some point, it's going to be Christian Wood. He's a really good player on a permanent basis. It is frustrating how little he's played. Sometimes, given, you know, especially in situations where you figure, okay, well, he's got to get 30 minutes tonight, whatever. But whenever he gets minutes, the points and the rebounds are there. super productive player. Really like him. I think he is one of those few guys that yes, you absolutely want to stash on a fantasy bench. And they've got some other interesting pieces.
How about
too.
Bruce Brown? Bruce Brown, yeah. Former UMer. I wanted to ask. Yeah.
Bruce Brown has played really well for them, and is certainly getting more minutes right now than Christian Wood. But Wood, to me, is the guy with a little bit higher ceiling. You know, he's the big. He's like 6'10", 6'11", still relatively young. It feels like he's been around for a few years, but he's still only 24 years old. He's a guy that I just really think it's still the stat sheet again as soon as minutes become really available to him.
Damian Lee, are we finally seeing something rise from the ashes of the Warriors? I know that they're trying to trade Alec Burke so they can make his two-way contract permanent, but I mean, the way Damian Lee is playing, they have to do this, and if you're a fantasy guy, is it time to pounce on him if you can?
Yeah, and Steve Kerr has suggested that they will do it. The trick with the Warriors is because of the deal with D'Angelo Russell, they're hard capped, so they have to give away Alec Burks. Like Burks has got to go. If they're gonna make Lee a semi-permanent part of this roster, then Burks has really got to go, and that may end up being just a pure giveaway. Lee popped on Christmas. Like honestly, like the Christmas games, I was super excited for him. And there was like one that lived up to the billing. You know, the battle for LA kind of lived up to the billing, but there was not another game where both teams showed up. But Lee was one of the highlights of the day. He was so good against Houston. That really filled in the stat sheet for that team. He's actually a bit older. I think he's 27, 28 years old. So there's no, like, he's already about as good as he's ever going to be. But yes, he appears to be that one guy who, you know, when he plays, it's definitely double-digit points. Like, I think he's double-digit points in like 5 straight games, 6 straight games, something like that. Weird rebounding total in the Christmas game too. I wouldn't count on that being bankable or sustainable, but he's somebody who definitely across 3-4 categories.
Right, exactly. That
really helps fantasy owners.
Exactly. He gets assists, he gets steals, he helps you out in all the other categories. He's just an all-around where the other kid, what is it, Kai Bowman or something, that he doesn't help you out in as many categories. But Lee's the one that's
certainly true, and all those guys seem to have been, you know, they all have their moments. They all shine for like, I don't know, 2-3 game stretches. But Lee is the one guy who seems to put it together for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. Hey, has Derrick Jones Jr. become a guy you add on a 12-team, 10 or 12 team, or is he still in the deeper leagues?
Well, I mean, I have the skepticism about him that I have for so many other guys in Miami, where it's just, again, it's such a deep, fun team that they don't need everybody clicking on all cylinders in any given game, because they just have, you know, it could be Hero one night, it could be Duncan the next, it can be Jones. But yeah, I think in a league of the size you described, 12 teams, 14 teams, something like that, deep benches, he has been productive enough, and we've seen that the good games are good enough that he belongs on a roster. One of the fun things about him is that some low-level rebounding stats have just always been there. He's basically always coming in at 6 or 7 boards, which gives him a little bit of a fantasy floor, right? Handful of steals every night as well, like some defensive goodies more often than not. And at 25 to 30 minutes a game, which is where he's been lately, yeah, you got to own a guy like that in a 12-person league.
Georgie Deng, are we streaming him only, or is this something that could end up turning into a long-term thing? Because, hey, man, a few years back we were loving Georgie Deng.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on him. You know, obviously the variable there is just how hurt is Karl Anthony Towns. And initially, things seemed to be, maybe they were downplaying it a little bit. It didn't seem like it would drag on perhaps this long, the knee issue. But he's still been out, and Deng is unquestionably the guy who benefits from his absence. He's been great. As soon as Towns comes back, things get really murky for him. So that's a small concern. But then the other thing with Minnesota is they probably got to start trading off assets at some point, because it's just not going to happen for them this year. And could they be one of those guys, and could he benefit from a move? But for now, you have to view him as somebody whose value is entirely tied to the Towns injury. But there's been no good news on Towns yet, so you're going to keep rolling with him certainly through this week.
All right, give me something I did not cover here in fantasy basketball. A nugget you may want to pass on to our listeners.
Yeah, I guess I'd say another one of those guys that I consider an interesting stash. Again, there's not. I don't want to be the guy who tells you just stash everybody out there who has a good game. But another guy who popped on Christmas was Chris Boucher, and he has not, he's not duplicated that effort necessarily since then, but. Little bit of range, a lot of opportunity for Toronto right now because no Siakam, no Gasol, like all kinds of injuries for that team. Boucher is somebody who in spurts has at least taken advantage of it. He's got some range. We saw that probably the play of the day on Christmas was his tip follow dunk. That was terrific. So I really like Boucher. Also like Anthony Melton in Memphis, guy who's been
finally
he's really available in maybe 65, 70% of Yahoo leagues, something like that. I think he's a really solid stash as well.
All right, one more. Elfrid Payton, dude. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I feel like I've been through the ringer with Payton so often. I was so enthusiastic about him when he came into the league, and he just didn't get, he didn't improve to the point where, he could really be any kind of fantasy star. But he does also fill up the stat sheet. He gives you the defensive goodies. He gives you the steals. The assists are going to be there. He seems to be the player who's risen to the top of that really ugly point guard hierarchy for the next. So, he's going to get his minutes, and he's going to get you, 4 or 5 stats a night. So I'm pretty interested.
All right, and remember, you can follow Andy on Twitter at Andy Behrens and catch his work there at Yahoo Fantasy. Andy, if folks want to find out a little bit more in fantasy basketball, what are you doing there at Yahoo Fantasy right now?
Yeah, we've got the Yahoo Hoops Fantasy podcast that we publish every Thursday. You'll be able to find that on Apple or Stitcher or wherever you get your podcast. We've also had some really fun content from my colleague Dalton Del Don, who gives you pickups every Wednesday.
There you go. I love it. All right, Andy, as always, you're a stud, my brother. Thank you for taking some time, my man, and Happy New Year.
Thanks, Big O. Happy New Year to you and all your listeners as well. This show is always a pleasure.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Happy New Year, Andy.
There you go.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it.
Have a good one, man.
All right, good stuff there with Andy Behrens, as always. Joining us
always.
To talk a little fantasy with you guys. Let me see what we got, because the chat board is always here. The YouTube chat board, man, it grows every day. And let's give a roll call, right? Let's go through roll call. Big Mike says good morning. Big O, happy and healthy New Year. Thank you. Same to all of you. James Changaly, I talked about it a little bit ago. Alfred says, did Rosen run Changaly's offense in college? Not exactly sure if you would call it Changaly's offense. Hey, boys, happy New Year. Emilio says, go Gators. Hello, O. Joel T. Big O, no echo at all. YouTube sounds great. Thank you. Well, thank Bill. 72 Fins logo. Good morning, everybody. Bob Whitner says Happy New Year, Big O, and Happy New Year to all of you out there. Now, Big O, Changaly is a retread, was here, and I think he had success, but football has changed. Do you think he can coach up the offense these days? Well, if you listen to what I had in my opening segment, I explained it all there. I think you were already tuned in at that point. Guillermo says, good morning, guys. Wishing you the best for 2020. Thanks for all the hard work you guys have been putting down. I've really enjoyed your show. Thank you for keeping it up, and we will, and thank you very much for supporting it, okay? Because if we don't get great sponsors like Caneswear, if we don't have your downloads, there's no way we're going to do it. You know what I mean? The YouTube stuff, it's now becoming icing on the cake. We had our most views yesterday on our episode yesterday, the most. So that, again, that's starting to build too, the video part of it, and more people are finding out, hey, we're on at 11 a.m. and they can watch us. And I swear we're still working on audio, okay? Seriously, I'm working on an audio link for all of this. Myron says, Happy New Year, everybody. Miami Heat must have been tired. They didn't have the energy last night and was the difference. Yeah, and it also helps that the bench for the what's it called, Wizards scored 80 points. You know that, right?
Little bit unconscious.
I mean, come on. bunch of guys that nobody knows like exploded. Ish Smith is the only guy I know, and he's a solid backup point guard in this league. And he played yesterday like he was a first ballot Hall of Famer. Lakeisha Smith says, good morning. Good morning, Lakeisha. Richard Changeli, from what I read, was a maven for the spread offense that are run today. Yes, he's done the spread also. That's why I said that he's run different offenses. And I think he was brought here to kind of be a godfather. You know what I mean? Kind of establish it, get a young guy, groom him, get the hell out. I think that's what's going on. I really do. I mean, he's going to be 68. He's not going to be here for 20 years, bro. He's only going to be here a couple of years, and then he's gone. I think I love the move. I really do, because of the experience and the knowledge. This is a guy that has worked with 1,000 quarterbacks. This is a guy that has worked on so many different offenses that he is going to be able to share his knowledge and then pass it on to the people underneath him. So when he's gone, he's helping establish that culture that they want for their offense.
So basically, this is a bridge the gap.
Yes.
Pass the baton and run.
Right. Fitz and him are bridges.
And you know what? They're pretty solid, man.
Super.
Love it.
No, it's
especially if we're going to lose Caldwell.
I think that's why Chan is here, because I think they're not going to have that voice anymore in Caldwell, because maybe Caldwell has some serious interest somewhere around the league as maybe an OC or a head coach or something. I don't know. I mean, he should be a head coach, but whatever. Flipside Fishing, morning. John Rouse, there was no need to tank for Tua. John, they were never tanking. Okay? That's the only people that think that they were tanking are the people that were talking tanking. They weren't tanking. They weren't tanking. I mean, it's just, I love how I think we were probably one of the few radio shows in the damn country that were right on target here. Ian from Brooklyn, what's up, Ian? Happy New Year. Elito says, fire Blake James. All right, Elito. Dougie Fresh says, Flores told some to run to the hills. There's no doubt this is his team. I like it. You're checking out the shirt. Very nice. Very nice. Dougie Fresh. John says 510 he killed was 500 again. Flipside Fishing, wasn't Changeli our interim head coach after one step, and didn't Zach Thomas and Jason Taylor and other players try to get him to become the new head coach? Yes. Chan was liked, man. I covered Chan. I was the beat guy back in the day when Chan was here. He did a good job, man. Did a really good job overall. Wanstead, not one step, sorry. Correct me, Richard says, if I'm wrong, Chad O'Shea was the first hire. Did he not have any OC experience in Miami? Was knocked for the hire. My man. Okay, you're a young coach in Brian Flores. You're a first-year head coach. It probably does not exist a first-year head coach that kept his entire staff in place for the next couple of years. You bring people over that you think you can get the job done with or get by. And then when you get to a certain point, you can then move on to the next person that you think is better situated for the next step that you're taking. So Chad O'Shea was given an opportunity. Obviously, the coach felt you're not good enough after being around him for a year. He needs something else, and he's got to make the change. That's all. And I also think that the Dolphins quarterbacks coach was in play here too, and that's where I would say you got to look, because maybe they cherished the QB coach so much that they said, all right, we want to make sure that we don't lose our QB coach, and we're going to elevate the QB coach and get rid of Chad O'Shea. I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out how they handle all of these things? I'm trying to remember the damn QB coach. I'm looking it up now to see if I can remember now.
Oh, let me ask you: were you surprised that they let go of Chad?
I was surprised that they made those changes. Jerry Shuplinski is the assistant quarterbacks coach. So he's the assistant. He's a quarterbacks coach. I would be, and right now, for the record, okay, let me see something here. Okay, Chad O'Shea's already off this list. Jim Caldwell is still here as assistant head coach, and quarterbacks coach. So I'm wondering if Shuplinski is going to be elevated when Caldwell leaves, and then Chan Gailey comes in as the offensive coordinator or maybe offensive game planner or whatever, and Shuplinski is your offensive coordinator / quarterbacks coach. I'm not sure. Because one of the reports, I think it was Pelissero that reported that they were afraid that if Josh McDaniels goes to, another team, that Shuplinski was headed with him the first time around, that maybe he would snag him from here and give him an elevation. So now Miami's anticipating by saying, all right, we'll name Shuplinski the offensive coordinator. We'll name Chan Gailey the assistant head coach, offensive game planner, something like that. And again, it's kind of okay. Shuplinski doesn't have the experience of an offensive coordinator, but Chan Gailey does. So Chan will groom him for the next year or two, coach him up, and then get the hell out. I think that's what's happening. That's going to be my guess right now, that that's what is the case. Because the guy's going to be 68 years old. He's turning 68 shortly. Before the season starts, he's 68. It's not a long-term decision. It just isn't. You know what I mean? But it's an experienced decision. I like it. And remember, you bring in a young quarterback, you got Chan Gailey's experience, man. You know what I mean? That's enormous. So Shuplinski and Gailey are working with him. Now, let me tell you something. You want me to get excited? You tell me that you're keeping Caldwell and Gailey, I'm good. I feel really, really good about the Miami Dolphins. I already feel good about the Dolphins as it is for 2020. You guys know that. I mean, I've been well on board with all this stuff, and it's proven that it's headed in the right direction. Nobody expected 5 wins. This is crazy stuff that they can win 5 with this lack of talent.
Ever since we got the second win, you've been going more and more toward the Flores and let's go, but you haven't totally jumped in. You're still apprehensive.
He needs one more year.
Yep.
He needs one more year. But, man, you have to give people the credit that they deserve when they do something.
Yes.
Okay? You know, if we're going to be quick to rip people and say, well, Manny Diaz is not doing the right thing, well, then we have to be quick to say Brian Flores is doing a hell of a job. That's all. It's pretty simple. I had a Raiders fan call me yesterday on the national show. And he was I take offense with what you were saying about the Raiders. They had a pretty good year this year. And I go, dude, they won 7 games. He goes, yeah, but they lost a lot of close games. And actually, they did not. They got blown out by all the quality teams pretty much. I think there was one that was close. Okay? And all the teams that they beat pretty much on their schedule were terrible teams. So they were that team that can beat the bad teams and lose to the good teams. Remind you of anybody in the past? Oh, yeah, the Dolphins. You know the Dolphins beat more playoff teams than the Raiders did? So I think in fact, I think my boy Chris Syria on Twitter, I think he put out on the post, and you can check it out for me, I think the Dolphins beat more playoff teams than the Bills, who are headed to the playoffs. Think about that. Miami won 5 games. I believe the Bills won 10. And if you go through their schedule, I think Chris put up that the Dolphins have more play because they beat Philadelphia, playoffs, and the Patriots, playoffs. Right? Cincinnati, the Jets, and what was the other win? Wasn't a playoff team. What was the other win? Cincinnati, the Jets, New England, and Philadelphia, and what was the other one? Oh, well. Anyway. So, wait, didn't they beat the Bills? Yeah, they beat the Bills once. Yes, they beat the Bills. That's it. That was it. Tell me the Bills' schedule.
Okay. The one that you're missing is the Colts.
Oh, the Colts, not the Bills.
The Colts in Indianapolis.
Okay,
remember?
okay, I don't care about that, but give me the Bills' schedule. Is that right? Because he said the
Okay,
Bills.
hold on.
Bills that's a great stat. Okay, if that's true, which, I mean, Chris is usually on target. Maybe I got the team wrong that he put.
Okay, their first 3 wins. Yeah.
Give me all the wins. Give me all the wins.
Jets, Giants, Bengals.
Okay.
Titans, playoff.
Okay.
Us, Redskins, losers.
Right, keep going.
Then us again.
Right.
Broncos, negative. Cowboys, negative. And Steelers, he's right. 1.
Wow.
1. The Titans.
So
that's it.
The Dolphins beat more playoff teams than the Bills. How do you like them apples there? You can follow my boy Chris Syria, too, on Twitter. Big Dolphin fan, writer up in New York. Sciria. Chris Syria. Does a good job. And Lakeisha was chiming in with the Colts. Thank you, Lakeisha. You're on top of it.
Yep. With the Patriots and the Philly, man. We get them 2-1.
Yeah. How about that? Let's see. Go Gators says, Orange Bowl champs. Enjoy your night, my brother. I will say this. Mullen is a likable guy. You know, sometimes maybe you've had some Gator coaches that might rub you the wrong way. I've interviewed him, and he looks like a cool dude overall. But not surprised that they won yesterday. They were the better team. I didn't expect Virginia to win that one.
Little props to Virginia, though. They kept it a game.
Yeah, they were gritty.
They kept it a game.
There.
The quarterback missed a couple wide open guys. Probably could have scored 14 more points, but Florida by far. Virginia just didn't have the speed. Every time Florida got outside and got in their secondary, you could just see the guys run away from them. They just didn't have that Florida speed.
Fitz is now given an ideal scenario for his last year. You get an offense, with a seasoned coach who knows who he is, and the team, fans, and media love you. Please come back, Fitz. I think he'll come back, actually, anyway. I think he's coming back. I don't think that's an issue whatsoever. I think he's coming back for sure. He's under contract, I believe, for this year anyways, coming up. So they could either release him or bring him back for one more season. I would bring him back one more year. I think it's just smart to have that guy around because he helped you assess. You're still in an assessment time. Okay? I mean, you're always assessing everything that you're doing. But my point is, you are still going to have some turnover next year. Not 477 transactions like this year, but next year you'll have 100 transactions instead of 400. I know it was like 80, but whatever. You're going to have, your share of transactions next year. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you definitely should do it. I definitely believe that Fitz will be back. Why not? 786-322-1105 is the accidentlawfirm.com text line. If you want to get in on the program, that's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the show, the other way to reach out to us is on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always, as we've got plenty of things going on in the world of sports and we will answer your questions there, too, on the accidentlawfirm.com text line and on Twitter, too, at Big O Show. Send them in. Manny Navarro is set to join us at 1 o'clock, okay? At 2, Ryan Aber is going to join us from the Oklahoman. We are going to talk a little Jalen Hurts with him. That will be our focus today. Our NFL draft focus will be Jalen Hurts from Oklahoma. Here's a guy that some Dolphin fans like also, because I pretty much get a group of Dolphin fans to like almost every quarterback. In fact, some of you out there are like, hey, that Nate Stanley guy looks like an interesting prospect in, day 3 or day 2 of the draft or something like that after they heard the interview yesterday. So, yes, it's normal for Dolphin fans to have love for any kind of quarterback because they're desperate for one. Yes.
Looking at it, it was a 2-year contract,
Yep.
$11 million, basically five and a half each year, so it'll be 5.5 next year. If we don't, it's dead cap space of 1.5. So costs us, $4 million basically, because we're already in for 1.5.
Yeah, they're going to bring him back, bro.
We better.
It's nothing.
It'd be a good idea. Plus, you said Shane Gailey coached him.
Yeah.
So there is already a connection.
Yes. Yes. And Jay Skursky covered Chan Gailey coaching Ryan Fitzpatrick. And guess what we're going to have on the show? Jay Skursky to talk about Chan Gailey and Ryan Fitzpatrick. How about that? So we'll have a little bit of that. I'm working on one more.
Sounds like you're tying this up in a bow, man.
I'm trying, bro. We're trying. That's what we do here on the show to give the fans, the real sports fan a perspective of their favorite team and the news and the moves that are made. They want to know what's going on and get somebody else's perspective on it and somebody that was there. You know what I mean? And so Skursky was one of those guys that knows it. Let's see. The Big O Show, Ty from the Bronx. When is Jordan Love Day, big guy? Well, we'll find out if Jordan Love is coming to the Miami Dolphins in April. We'll find out. That's it. That's all we can do. But I wouldn't mind drafting Jordan Love. Now, you got to take him not early. I would not take him early because he has too many holes in his game. He's still raw. Hell of an athlete. He'll do stuff that will wow you, man. I've watched like 5 games of Utah State this year. Now, he will do some stuff that will leave you scratching your head. But then there are these wow moments that you're like, holy crap. All right, this guy's gifted. And I think it all depends on the way you view things. And do you think it's that he's forcing things? Or do you believe that he's trying to, or he's just playing bad? Because maybe he's forcing things because it's a bad team. Oh, so you got the rosters here for the East-West Shrine?
Compliments of our lads. And I think it's from December 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Is the last update
the Missouri
they got.
quarterback Kelly Bryant's going to be there. The Princeton quarterback Kevin Davidson, Mason Fine from North Texas, Tyler Hunley from Utah. Our boy here, James Morgan from FIU in the backyard, is going to be there, and Tommy Stevens from Mississippi State. I can't call this a strong. But then again, it's the East-West doesn't necessarily always have a strong quarter. I mean, they're the second-tier bowl game, so it's hard for them. They battle with the NFLPA for those second-tier quarterbacks. But I'm looking at some of the other. Hey, Lawrence Cager is going to be there, former UMer, and obviously the Georgia kid, Josh Hightower, the Florida kid, is going to be there.
When you get down to the linebackers, both of our Canes.
Oh yeah, nice. Okay. All right, so we'll see. We usually see a cane or two there, and sadly, we used to see a lot of them at the East-West Shrine. We're not seeing a lot of those anymore. Those are rare. Oh yeah, I see it. Pickney and Quarterman are both at the East-West Shrine game. I like it. All right. Not bad. Okay. We'll have a lot of fun.
Are you surprised, because obviously they are seniors,
Yeah.
that they're not at the Senior Bowl?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not surprised because they're not at that level.
Yeah.
They're good, but they're not Michael Barrow good.
They're third-day guys.
Right, yeah.
Fourth
Yeah.
round.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're not first-day guys or second-day guys like you're going to see a lot at the Senior Bowl. You might see there are third-day guys at the Senior Bowl, depending on the positions. But usually those linebackers are pretty studly, and they're probably ahead of our guys. And it also didn't help that we had a crappy year, too. That probably didn't help you. Oh, you are the man. Best show on the net. Edward in Bonaventure. Thank you, Edward. I appreciate that. But our show is better than anything that's on radio, too, here locally. If you want to get in, we appreciate it at 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, Mal from Virginia says, I understand that Chan Gailey's last stint in the NFL was being the offensive coordinator for the Jets from 15 to 16. Fitzpatrick was a quarterback for the Jets during that 2-year span. Chad O'Shea is an innovative play caller who did the best with the players that this team had. I don't understand the change. Please give us some clarity on this decision, Big O. Like I told you, I think they're afraid that Shuplinski is leaving somewhere else. And so the quarterback's coach is a guy that they cherish. So I wouldn't be surprised if Gailey and Shuplinski are kind of working hand in hand here, where they're elevating Shuplinski to being more than just a QB coach. Okay? So I think that there was some planning here, and that's what's going on. All right? And again, I'm going to trust Flores at this point because he's earned that, and he's behind the scenes. So maybe O'Shea wasn't as good as you think he is. Hey, what does this change in offensive coordinators mean for Josh Rosen's future with the Dolphins? Happy New Year, Dan in Fort Myers. Dan, that's a phenomenal question, my brother, and the only one that can answer that is Josh Rosen. He's the guy that's got to work his ass off. So when camp starts again next year, he's sharp as hell. When camp starts again next year, he is making the right decisions. When camp starts again next year, he can call all the protections. He can find the Mike linebacker. He can make all of the mental adjustments. So that way they can trust him. So it's really all up to Josh Rosen. That's it. Pretty simple. And they would have played him the entire season this year if he could actually play and allow them to do their job. The problem was they were not going to baby the quarterback position, and then the entire team suffers from it. They weren't going to do that. And I commend them for that. I think that was a very professional thing to do for the team. Best thing to do for the team overall. Was that a good move? I know our offense wasn't good, but I thought he did well with what he had. Firing O'Shea, we'll find out, my friend. I mean, time will answer all of this. Now, Chan Gailey has 1,000 times more experience than O'Shea. And he has experience with quarterbacks and with offense. Big O, what are your thoughts about Chad O'Shea being fired? And G from Pennsylvania, hopefully you're listening, G, and you've heard it. Big O, love your show. What do you think about Inter Miami's new coach, El Uruguayo? I don't know too much about him, man. I know he coached a couple of the Mexican teams, but again, I don't follow Mexican soccer, so I can't tell you how good or bad of a coach he is because I don't really follow the Mexican league. We're just going to have to give it to... Now, here's where I will go with this. Paul McDonough has built 2 successful expansion teams. This is his 3rd team. He's got to know what the hell he's doing. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but I have no idea. I can't answer anything about the new coach. I'd be lying if I told you. And I'm not going to BS and read what somebody else wrote and then repeat it. That's not my style either. You were thinking of Javon Curse, who came in as a safety and moved to DE. Yes, that's a good one. That the Freak also did that, but I was thinking of Tractor Trailer yesterday, if that's what you're talking about. Let's see. Okay, another guy. Well, this was for last night for, what's it called? Sirius. That's old. Yes?
Javon Curse, that big and run a 4-4, a low 4-4. Mm-hmm. There's absolutely no reason for something that big to be able to move that fast. That was ridiculous.
Yep, that dude was a total freak. Got to say that. That's for sure. Let's see. Good morning, Big O from Uncle Joe. Wishing you nothing but the best upcoming year and great show. Thank you very much, all of you out there, man. You're so awesome. You keep coming in and chiming in. We really appreciate it. Watching, spreading it.
Yesterday, man, the numbers.
Yeah, we're
that
crazy.
Like wow,
crazy.
You guys, unbelievable.
And you're challenging it again today. You might break the record you set yesterday. You guys might break it again, which is, I mean, I don't think you will. Because that number was extraordinary.
Are you challenging them?
We're headed for another but we're headed for another extraordinary day, and so kudos to our listeners because they have given us the kind of support that I got to be honest, I did not see this coming. I thought it was going to be a slow build, and maybe we would get to where we're at. Where we're going now is territory I never really expected.
Here, and going into the holiday, we had talked about it.
Yeah, we thought
anticipated a lull because
a slow week.
Everybody being off their normal schedule, having to take care of family, travel, stuff that we wouldn't get. We're going to see a little dip in the number. On the contrary.
Apparently, you guys have plenty of time hanging out.
Accelerated numbers. Crazy.
Yeah, great stuff. Let's see. I have not listened to local sports radio since you weren't on at QAM. For your show is the best, and the stream is the best for sports. Thank you, Myron. Appreciate that. University of Miami needs to fire Flake James and Manuela Diaz. Mace Taggart, let's see. Mace Taggart is asking Lakeisha Smith, how long have you been a fan, my dear? So we've got now listeners hitting on other listeners. Okay? I love it. Uncle Joe says, get rid of everyone, not just Eno's fault. It's good. It's good. You guys are even interacting and everything on the chat board, which is pretty amazing. Hey, we're out here at Caneswear, all right? 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Come on out. Got a couple clearance racks out here. Got all kinds of stuff going on.
Did you see the
end
jacket
of the year sale?
Did you see the jacket that just walked by, man? That old classic starter.
Yeah, the starter's jacket.
Man.
They've got them in black and white and green and orange. I mean, it's awesome. But anyway, come on out here and check it out. They've got all kinds of Dolphin stuff too. Miami Heat. The Heat are red hot. I know they lost last night, but hey, you're going to have a couple of those games where you lay a stinker. All right? As long as it's not habitual, we're good. That's all. Can't have a habitual type of situation. That's all. And that hasn't been the case this year. So let's give the Heat a little break here on this one. Hopefully they'll get back on target.
I think you were right about the intensity of the previous two games. 1 point wins, going into overtime, 3 and 4, and you could kind of see it, man. They had no legs. The guys had no legs.
That was a schedule loss, and again, it was kind of like a perfect storm. They shot the lights out, dude. I mean, their bench scored 80 points, man. You cannot lose a game when your bench scores 80 points?
As good as our bench is. Has our bench scored 80 points in a game?
No, not even that. Wow. And they've scored 40, 50, 60 points, I think.
But that's almost every game. Our bench is solid.
Yeah.
They tried, but 80 points. I don't think we've scored 80.
They had 27 last night, the Heat bench. It's not bad.
Yeah, but that's not us.
No, I
That's
mean,
not
but
us.
they could get in their 30s and the 40s, but 80? I mean, if your bench score is 80, forget it, man. There's no way you lose that. And if you lose that game, you need to fire the coach. There's no way you should lose a game where your bench score is 80. So we'll see. What was this here? Lakeisha says, LOL, Big O. Mark Ardois says, that policy started under Shalala. Oh, can you discuss the University of Miami policy of allowing athletes to leave early and come back and finish their degrees tuition free? How many other schools do that? I don't know how many other schools do that, but that's been going on for a while. And what Mark was saying under Shalala, I got no problem with any of that. That's a great thing that they do. Why not, man? The athlete gave you their talent. You made a lot of money off that athlete. You sold tickets and suites and shirts, and they made no money off of it. If they leave early and then they want to come back to finish their schooling and you cover it, that's the least you can do since they did something for you in the process. So, yes.
My only question would be, does that help their graduation rate? Does that reflect, you know what I mean?
It should.
In your percentage.
But it should. Should, because you did get them to graduate.
Yeah.
You're still inspiring them to go back.
You should get some credit for it. Yeah, that's
dude,
true.
Yeah, if you're getting somebody to go back. You couldn't get me to go back to school. I don't care what you paid me. All right? All right? I don't care what you paid me. I don't want to go back to school. All right?
Not even what your daughter's getting paid.
That's,
I mean, it's crazy. She's getting paid to go to school.
Yeah, but I'm not smart enough for that. That's the problem.
Well, we're not talking about taking the same courses. We already know that.
I'm not smart enough, and I don't even have her work ethic for schooling. I have her work ethic, and she has my work ethic.
It's applied in different areas.
But it's for different things. That's the whole thing. For my work, yes, I am a tireless worker. I've got great work ethic. But for school, oh man, if it wasn't PE or music class, I had no work ethic whatsoever for any of the other subjects in school. That's it. Although, I got to say, I really enjoyed
yearbook class.
And newspaper was kind of fun. And home ec. I remember taking home ec like in 9th grade because it was loaded with babes. So that was the ultimate motivation there to get a good grade and enjoy that class.
Considering you're going to go to college, but hadn't done it yet.
I remember back in the day when I took home ec, some of my friends were like, dude, you took home ec? I go, yeah, man. Me and like 2 other guys in a class full of girls. And that's when they're like, damn it, I should have taken home ec.
Typing and office automation.
Oh, definitely. Loaded with girls.
Exactly.
Had to have been.
And I learned to type and, a little office, do the calculator and stuff. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So
more about the females, of course.
I gotta say, yeah, the home ec was very, very good to me. All right. That's the only thing I'll tell you. Let's see. Manny Diaz is a rich boy fraud. He doesn't know what culture is unless it involves having a silver spoon in your mouth. That's what Big Mike says there on the chat board. Wow. I don't know about that because he's paid his dues. He's bounced around. He's worked hard. So I won't say that. I'll just say he was terrible this year. He was terrible. He looked unorganized. And he better fix it with a quickness because one more year of what he did this year and you got to fire him. Okay? I understand keeping him this year because anybody, and listen, when any of us start a new job, we're not at our best. We're learning how to drive to the best route to get to work so we could get on time. That's how it is for new jobs. And then when you get there, you got to learn the people and then learn the way they do things and everything. So you're never yourself, even when you start a new job. So you can kind of relate to anybody that starts a new coaching job. Okay, well, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. As ugly as it was this year, go ahead. But next year, none of this can happen for Manny. He can't have any of those struggles after every single, bye week. And hell, for the bowl game, it was a bye month. You're off for 4 weeks and you weren't even prepared? Are you kidding me? You lost to 2 teams in Conference USA? Come on, you lose to Georgia Tech? It's unacceptable. You lose to Duke? You can't do that. This was supposed to be a 10-win season. You win the 4 games you're supposed to win, you win 10. You win 10, we're happy with Manny. We're good. The games you lost, probably you were supposed to lose. Fine. You would have seen progress from 7 to 10, and Manny won the games he was supposed to win. You win 6, and you have a 6-7 season, and you lose 4 games you're supposed to win, and you look unprepared after every break. It is what it is. And so Manny deserves every bit of criticism that he gets. And those of you that want him fired, early on I would call it kind of crazy. Now I would tell you I understand how you're feeling, because it was frustrating to watch them be so inept.
Looking at it objectively.
But I'm good keeping him one more year and giving him the opportunity to come back, just like Willie Taggart got his opportunity, and he didn't prove it. And they got rid of him. Well, the University of Miami, if he doesn't prove it next year, sadly, you'll get rid of Manny, and you probably will get rid of Blake James, because the people above Blake James are going to say, that's your hire, and you hung on to him, and now look where we're at 2 years in. You got to start all over again. Well, we're going to start all over with our athletic director and with a new football coach. That's what will happen next year.
Totally right to give him the second year.
Yeah.
You got to, because like you said, man, he looked like a duck out of water and just had no clue. And, but the thing that is the scariest, and the fact is this.
And by the way, ducks are fine out of water. Try fish. Try fish. Try fish.
They work better on water.
Just say fish.
Situation.
Say fish out of water.
But you
Fish
see how
out of
they
water?
walk. They waddle. You see them in the water, man. They're gunning and running around. Okay, swimming, everything.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
But I see them walking around too, waddling around.
Waddling. Thank you.
Okay, they waddle around.
Out of place. The biggest thing is the fact that every time he had extra time to prepare.
Fish dies if it's out of water.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, I just want to check.
Well, we don't want many to
I'll
die.
make sure.
We want them to thrive.
Because there are people that have pet ducks, and they're not in water.
Pet ducks.
Just saying.
Situation, the extra time.
Yes.
And him failing miserably each time.
Yes.
That's probably, to me, the biggest concern. Like, that this is not going to work. It doesn't,
Well, when the opposite is, holy crap, you're going to give Saban or Belichick 2 weeks or a month to prepare for you? Oh, you're screwed. Oh, Shula's got 2 weeks to prepare for you? That's how I used to be when I was young. Yeah, Shula's preparing for you? You're screwed. Not with Manny. I mean, the coaches that were facing Manny, they were on vacation during that time. Coach, you're going on vacation? Yeah, we're facing Manny Diaz in a couple weeks. He won't be prepared. That's kind of the way it went on this year. I mean, it's sad, but it's true. That's the way it looked. I mean, this is why you have kids also defecting. This is why kids are leaving early also. And that's festered with Miami for 15 years. You're a player, okay? If you don't feel that you have a connection with that coach or coaching staff, if you don't feel you're going to play a lot next year and you're not going to improve your draft stock, then just get into the draft now and start on your first contract. Because they don't pay you in your first contract anyway. You got to make it to your second contract. So if you wait a year and you still came out in the 5th round, you made no progress. You gave the university a year for nothing. You could have given it to pro football. See? So Travis Homer is working on his second contract. And that's what you want to do. And make no mistake, some of these players that are leaving, they know they're not getting drafted early. They know they're going late. But they'd rather go late because they have no chance at becoming better here next year. That's scary. And that's something that has been going on here at the University of Miami for a long time now. And it was at the end of the Coker run. It continued with Shannon. It continued with Golden. And then obviously with Richt. You had that one magical year, but outside of that, it looked like it was an aberration. And it sucks.
Well, when you end the season with 3 consecutive losses,
You're right.
It totally undermined everything we had done the previous 10 games.
And that's the problem. So Manny will get the break and come back, but he's got to come through. Because if he doesn't, and he doesn't make the proper changes, then you know that he's not the right guy for the job. And all of us that wanted him, I'm here. Okay? We just got to admit we were wrong, man. That's all. And, hey, it happens. We thought he did a great job with the defense. We thought, okay, he's ready for the elevation. Hell, Temple took him right away. Let's get him back. He knows our program. He knows the community, the culture. He believes in the culture, all of that stuff. Let's bring back that guy.
There is
and 99% of us were positive for this
I was
move.
just going to say, there isn't one Kane fan that when Rick quits, within hours we get Manny, that we weren't ecstatic.
I never ran into one person that said, oh, that was a terrible move. Oh, it was a mistake. Now you get all these people that come out of the woodwork. Oh, I knew that was. You're full of crap.
You know something else? Could I just say?
You're all full of. Any of you that are saying that, you're full of crap. Everybody loved the hire. Okay, don't be a phony. Now, we don't get paid to do this. Blake James does, and the poor man will get fired if Manny fails next year. What are you going to do? That's the sad part.
You have 77 consecutive minutes in running. We're up on the hour.
Oh,
Can we take a break?
Oh, we haven't even taken a break. Wow. Go see on radio if you'll get 77 straight minutes of talk. I didn't realize that I talked for 77 straight minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, can I rest my voice here? Give me a couple minutes here. Let me tell you about Toyota of Hollywood before we do that, because they've got 1,500 different Toyotas in stock. In fact, my beautiful Camry XSE is here in the lot right there, my 2020 that I just got at Toyota of Hollywood. And listen, you think I'm going to tell you to buy or lease a vehicle where I wouldn't do it myself? Come on, man, I would never do that. So get on down there, see Steve Ostrov, see Herbie Lopez, see all the great people out there at Toyota of Hollywood. It's really simple, 1841 North State Road 7. They're open till midnight. They've got over 1,500 Toyotas in stock, and they're ready to make you a deal. Tell the people out there that Big O sent you, folks, and they'll take care of you at Toyota of Hollywood.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
I know I'm leaving here today with a shirt. That 305 shirt is badass. I saw that 305 shirt on the Canes Wear Twitter feed, and I said, "Wow, what a nice shirt!" And I retweeted it and everything, but I forgot about it. And now that we're broadcasting today from here, I mean, this place is dangerous. It's so awesome. They've got so many cool items here. It blows you away when you're out here at Canes Wear. And that 305 shirt is just badass, man. In fact, I don't know. I may wear that shirt tonight, actually, for the New Year's and have a little fun. Why not? What do you think?
It's a sharp shirt, man.
Isn't
no
it?
doubt.
It's
And
awesome. It's awesome.
Brett must have been reading your mind, man, and set it right there in the window for you.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. Well, I mean, he's smart to put it in the window because if people see it, they're going to go, "Oh, that's a cool shirt. I want to buy that one."
For sure.
You know what I mean? So appreciate all of you keeping it locked here on the program. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line at 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. Let me switch over to a little Dolphins and something that I wanted to talk about because it's beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? And let's go with the tanking as an example. You had a lot of people out there that were convinced that the Dolphins were tanking. You had people that were describing Chris Grier as a guy that was sitting in his office above, scheming ways to sabotage his coaching staff by trying to lose, which, again, could not be further from the truth. All of those people were dead ass wrong. Some of them may still think that they're right. Whatever. That's fine. But it all depends on how you look at things, right? And I told you from the get-go that they were not tanking. They were building through youth. And that it may look like tanking to the naked eye, but if you really understand what they're doing, is they're building through youth. And so, Armando Salguero had an interesting article today and talking a little bit about the Dolphins and free agency. And again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Some of you that maybe just tuned in for the first time, you may not have heard it. those of you that have been following the daily podcast and listening or watching, you have heard me talk about this, okay? And Armando goes, meet the new Miami Dolphins. They're a team that demands that you get used to change and expect the unexpected. The Dolphins are becoming a fascinating organization as they pull away from the dubious 2019 season that just concluded and race full speed ahead to an offseason replete with 14 draft picks, salary cap space, and promise of a master rebuild. And it's going to be a breakneck ride, folks, because the Dolphins have already shown under the current brain trust that they change quickly, morph on the fly, go in different directions, surprise us a lot. I'm talking about the football side of the organization on all levels. Players here today, gone tomorrow. Assistant coaches so integral to making the Dolphins better this morning could be fired this afternoon. The scheme that brought a victory last week is in the trash this week. The star of last week's game, a healthy scratch this week. Philosophy, it's not set in concrete. Direction, always up, but how do you get there is fluid. The Dolphins' only constant has been proven over the past year, and will continue as long as Coach Brian Flores and GM Chris Grier are running the team, is that they're doing what they think is right and right now. Everything else will be subservient to that. Take Monday, for example. Grier paid well-deserved compliments to Flores and his assistants for raising the level of mostly young and mostly unproven roster to the second half of the season and laying a foundation for the future. I think Brian and the coaching staff have done a great job of laying that foundation. 3 hours later, 3 members of that staff helped lay the foundation were either fired or not deemed worthy of re-signing to a contract. Flores fired offensive coordinator Chad O'Shea, yada, 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 you know all that. Flores gets the benefit of the doubt on this because, after all, it's his staff to mold as he wishes. But the O'Shea firing on its face seems odd. The Dolphins' offense undermanned, and the left tackle and starting running back were traded, and the leading receiver went on injured reserve with 13 points and the 8th in passing in the last 9 weeks of the season. But you know why the change was made anyway? Flores decided it was better for the team, right? So remember, this was the Dolphins' make a myriad of changes this offseason because it's a carryover approach from the coach's first season. These guys aren't married to anything or anyone when they think they can or must do better. That's why 2 offensive line coaches are gone in the span of 5 months. That's why Michael Dieter was a promising rookie left guard 1 week, then was benched and reinserted into the lineup. That's why Laramie Tunsil and Minkah Fitzpatrick were a big part of the future until they weren't. That's why quarterback Ryan Fitzpatrick started the first 2 games, then was benched in favor of Josh Rosen, then was benched in favor of Fitzpatrick, and both will be replaced the minute a better quarterback is found, perhaps even this offseason. And here's a biggie. That's why the overall philosophy for free agency this offseason suddenly seems different. Yeah, philosophy is not immune from being replaced either. Listen to this now. Remember back in September when Grier discussed the team's looming 2020 salary cap boom, the one that will have the Dolphins near the top of the NFL cap space and able to sign any free agents they wish? Grier, we're not going to sit here on a bunch of money or anything, Grier said then. Whether it's free agency as well as the draft, for us, we've positioned ourselves. We think we can do anything and get whatever player we feel that will help us as soon as possible. Now, Armando writes, that sounded aggressive, but on Monday the tone was different. First of all, Armando, that did not sound aggressive. It did not. Listen to it or read it. We're not going to sit here on a bunch of money or anything, Grier said. Whether it's free agency as well as the draft, for us, we've positioned ourselves where we think we can do anything or get whatever player we feel that will help us as soon as possible. He didn't say that they were going to do it. All right? They could use their money, but use it on their own. Now, if you've listened to this show, when they said they had a bunch of money, what did I tell you? Do you remember what I told you? Bill, were you paying attention?
I do. And look, I'm even over here doing this, but I do remember.
What did I say?
Only young.
Did I
And
say
if it's any veteran, blah, it's 1 at the most 2 years. That's it.
See, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Armando looked at those comments and thought that they were going to go on a spending spree. And what did I tell you when those comments came out? Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be aggressive, but it's going to be on the right type of players. They're not going to go out and sign guys left and right and spend the money and all of that. So Armando's already writing the article the way he sees it, and he's entitled to see it that way. But he now all of a sudden took those comments and ran with them like they were going to go out on a spending spree. I took those comments and told you they're not. They will spend. And yeah, they could go on a spending spree if they find 3 or 4 25-year-old free agents. Yeah, they'll do that. But they're not going to sign a 29 and a 30 and a 31-year-old to 4-year deals and big-time signing bonuses. That's not happening. I told you that months ago when they said that. But yet, not just Armando, several people in the media took it as, oh, they're going to sign everybody. They're going to be Mr. Aggressive. No, man.
We got a bunch of money, so let's go blow our wad.
And when he says we're not going to sit on a bunch of money or anything, Greer's trying to tell you we're not going to be cheap. But he's not telling you we're not also going to be stupid either. So then it says, the rest of the article goes on to say, that sounds aggressive, but on Monday the tone was different. We're going to build it the way we feel right. And yeah, we have money and cap space, but it doesn't mean you have to spend it all. I said that at the beginning. Maybe sometimes what you got to do is look at what's actually going on and don't create your own narrative, because that's what Armando did there. He created his own narrative, and it wasn't only Armando. Several people in the media were guilty of the same thing. Oh, Dolphins have 120, 130, 150 million dollars. They're going to be aggressive in the offseason. Really? How do you know that? Because they didn't say that they were going to go spend a whole bunch of money. They're going to... Guys, why do you think I've been excited about this? Ladies, why do you think I love what's going on with the Dolphins? Kids, why do you think I believe that they're actually doing the right things? Because they're not signing stupid contracts anymore. They got rid of all the stupid contracts. Haven't you noticed that when they sign somebody, it's their own that they're extending? Because those days are done. Those days of giving those Ndamukong Suh contracts and Mike Wallace contracts and Josh Sitton, which wasn't a big contract, but it was an irresponsible contract because he had foot injuries on 2 consecutive years, and you gave him money anyway, and he had another foot injury and then retired. And you don't do that. You're 31, 32, you're having foot injuries, get the hell out of here. We're not interested. They're not signing those kind of guys anymore. Can't you tell? But again, people that are covering the team locally and nationally, they will want to see whatever the hell they want to see. Oh, no, they're tanking. No, they're tanking. No, they're not, dude. They're not tanking. They're building through youth so they can find young players to build on. They don't want to play a bunch of old guys because they're not the future. So they're not going to hang on to those guys. So why build? So, and you know, the reporters, oh, they're tanking. They could have signed free agents to help them win a couple more games. They don't want to do that, dumbass. They want to go through young players, and they'll win whatever they can with those players. That's not tanking. That's building through youth. Old players will not allow you to play young players who have a future, and old players help you win an extra game or two, which does nothing for you. But again, you see whatever narrative you want to see. If you think they're going to go out and spend a ton of money, you were listening to you were reading the wrong writer, and you were watching the wrong television show, and you were clearly listening to the wrong radio show. Because the only radio show that was telling you they're not spending a ton of money is this one. And I saw the same soundbite that Armando did. Same one. He interprets it one way because he's playing Joe Fan and Joe Media. I interpret it another way because I played it like Joe Football. Because I said, football people, clear out the cap. Football people, get rid of bad salaries. Football people, trade as many pieces as possible, load up on draft picks. Football people, start everything from scratch and build a culture up. Football people don't go out and sign ridiculous free agent contracts in a rebuild. In fact, I heard my boy today, Omar Kelly. I was driving here, and I turned on the Q, and he was on doing Joe's show. And I heard him say, talking about free agency, he says, well, you know, to acquire these guys, you'll have to overpay. Right there, I said, again, you're not getting it. They're not doing that. If you know they got to overpay, I'm already telling you they're not doing that. They're not interested in any of that. They might overpay for one guy or two when they're one guy or two away from a championship. That's when I can see them going a little crazy, a little irresponsible, and saying, we need that guy, man. We got to win the title. We're right there. We need that guy. That's when they'll do it. But when I heard Omar say that, I'm thinking the same thing as Armando. You're on your own narrative. You're on your own deal. You're going to do what you want to do. And then if the Dolphins don't do it, it's their fault. Oh, my man, that's not how it works. Because they're not doing that. So if free agency, like I told you, if they bring an older guy in, it'll be a guy that's a 1 or 2 year deal. And that will not be a quality free agent. That will not be a stud. Studs don't sign 1 or 2 year deals. Studs want 4, 5, and 6 year deals and giant fat signing bonuses up front. Guess what? Dolphins aren't doing that. I'm just telling you, man. You can read what you want to read. You can listen to whoever you want to listen to. Okay? The only show that's been 100% on target about everything that's gone on over there, which I say over there because I'm blocks away from the facility, it's this one right here. And by the way, all the podcasts are up for months now. You can go listen to them if you want. I warned you ahead of time of all of this. Everything. But again, if you want to create your own narrative, and this happens with fans too. They have an unrealistic point of view of their team, right? Like, whatever. Maybe a fan says that they were going to win 9 games this year. And there's probably a couple fans that thought that, and they only won 5, and they're pissed at Flores. You know, that kind of stuff. That happens. We're all unrealistic sometimes. But, you know, those are examples. When I see this, Flores adds, everyone thinks we've got all this money to spend and blow. We're going to be judicious and responsible with our salary cap. By the way, where is that a bad thing? I'm wondering, where is that a bad thing, ladies and gentlemen? Because that's what I want. I want my team drafting. I want my team finding undrafted players. I want my team developing young players and re-signing their own. I don't know. For those of you that have listened to the show for years, I've been talking about this for decades now. Now I can't even say years anymore. I'm so old now, I can say decades. Okay? I don't want my team spending any money in free agency practically. I'd rather them spend it on 1 or 2 year guys that you can filter in and filter out and doesn't affect your cap or nothing like that. Keep building through youth. Keep building the foundation. When you get to the point that you're loaded, that's when you say, hey, we need this piece or two to get over the top and win the Super Bowl. Boom. You go out there. But what you keep spending is on your own. The Dolphins get in trouble because they kept buying everybody else. Let's give Carlos Dansby a giant contract, and let's give Mike Wallace a giant contract, and Ndamukong Suh, and this guy, and that guy. And before you know it, this is why you're in cap hell. You hang on to Parker. You develop him. Now you signed him to a cap-friendly deal for the next 4 years. You grab Eric Rowe off free agency. He's a mediocre corner, but you found a role for him to cover safeties, playing safety. Now you signed him to a cap-friendly deal. I'm sorry, that's the kind of football team I want. Okay? I'm not here to get a quote from Flores and try to put it up there in an article and say everyone thinks we've got all this money to spend and blow and we're going to be judicious and responsive with our salary cap and try to spin that as a negative. That, my friends, is called responsibility. That's how you stay fluid. That's how you stay flexible. And that's how you stay in the game year in and year out. Those teams that have worn out their cap and they're getting money from the future to bring it into this. That's what our team used to do. And all that does is mortgage your future, and then next year you have less and less space. It's a credit card. It ends up catching up on your ass. I mean, look at the cap hit that they had to take this year to catch up. It's like 50, 60 million, man, of dead money. These are players that are no longer on your roster, and you're paying them. Where is that responsible? Where is that smart? And yet you have people in the media that they want to go back to that. This is why, again, I hate to say this, and I told you so. This is why I love this process. Because you clean the slate now. There are no more headaches from the past. Now you are starting anew. You have all the flexibility in the world. Now you use it the right way. It's not like you picked up this gold digger. She's fantastic in bed. She rocks your world, but she takes your credit card at the end of the day, and she goes out and goes crazy with it. And, yeah, you're getting great action, but, you're paying a hell of a price for it. Okay?
Don't go work out.
There were kids here, Zach.
Yeah, you G'd up. You were going to go PG-13, and you G'd up real good, man.
I did.
Good job, bud.
I saw a child there. I could not do that. But anyway,
but don't work out and leave. Don't go for a workout and leave that gold digger at your house.
Right. Well, yeah.
She'll rip. Her and her friend will rip you off.
Yeah, they'll ring your bell. So, I mean, you think that's why I look at all of this, and again, it's the eye of the beholder. And it's America, baby. You're entitled to whatever opinion you want. You can view things however you want, and you as fans can read, can watch, can listen to whoever you want. But all I can tell you is be careful, because there are people that want to create a narrative that does not exist. And then they make you believe that that's what they're doing. It's, I had people telling me, well, the Dolphins said they were tanking. I tell, every time they say it, I say, please find the quote. Please find the audio clip. Where did they say they were tanking? A rebuild is not tanking. And this town, when you write or talk about tanking, and you had Jeffrey Loria here, how dare you even put the Dolphins in the same sentence? That's tanking. It's ridiculous. So for me, that's where I saw this story from Armando. And a lot of the stuff is good. You know, I like the stuff that he was talking about, the changes and all that, but I love that. Well, that's another thing. I love what are you going to do? Keep the same coach around? Are you going to extend Philbin after a stupid win against the Minnesota Vikings that meant nothing whatsoever? Are you going to keep Ryan Tannehill around for 7 years knowing that he can't get it done? Are you going to keep putting Jamar Fletcher out there and he can't play man-on-man? Or are you going to keep playing Eddie Moore when he can't play linebacker? Is that what we're doing? No, you make a change. Love it. Love what Flores is doing. Don't waste any time. You got one shot at this. You can't keep screwing around with this. That's just the way it is. Again, there are so many positives to talk about with the Dolphins and the direction that they're headed in and the fact that they're making smart, intelligent football moves and that they're actually now acting like a real football organization. Sorry, man. You're not going to get me to think any other way right now about the Dolphins because I know when they sucked. I know when they were doing stupid things because I pointed it out for 20 years. And again, you watch the first couple of weeks, and now you see where they're at. And if you don't feel night and day compared to where you were in week 3 or 4 of the regular season and now, and this guy walked into Foxborough and stole Bill Belichick's lunch, okay, and a lunch that Bill Belichick desperately needed. Let me tell you, he was starving for days. He didn't have any money in his pockets, okay? He looked in his hoodie. He found nothing. And that meal was there. And he needed it in a big-time way. And Flores snatched that right out from under him. And now he's got no bye week, and he's got to play in the divisional round. And the wild card round, I'm sorry. That's, hey, do you have the Tom Brady cut there? All right, remember I told you yesterday, Tom Brady looked like a president after a second term, right? Okay, now listen to Tom Brady talk about what happened against the Dolphins. Listen to Tom Brady. Listen to his voice, okay? This is your coach, Miami Dolphin fans. Your coach did this to the GOAT.
Not much sleep, and, you just have a lot of emotion after the game, so just not you hate to have nights like that, but you got to do something to change them. So, yesterday we had plays I certainly did that I should make, and I did make them. And, that's why you lose games. So, it's this week it's got to be more concentration, focus, determination, attitude. Everything has to be at its top this week. I have no injuries. I've said it like a lot. I feel good. There's no injury, no nothing. And wish I would have played better, and that's about it.
Dude is, not much sleep is how he opened up with. Listen to that voice. Yeah, yes, I'm enjoying it, okay? Yes. Anyway, I love it. I love that he's miserable, dude. I freaking love it. And that's your coach in his first year with no talent. And the little that he has is young and inexperienced. And he went up there and he beat Bill Belichick. I don't know how anybody that covers the team, anybody that watches it nationally, I don't know how anybody in the fan base, I don't know how you say one negative word about the Dolphins. Okay? I don't think there's any space for it right now. everything that they're doing it the right way right now. They deserve the benefit of the doubt at the moment. Okay? After a season like this, that they have turned things around the way they have, that they went 5-4 in their last 9 games, that they've got more wins against playoff teams than a team that went to the playoff, that is in the playoffs right now, in the Bills. That's crazy. That's why I feel you got a coach. I feel you got a front office. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to take a little time to turn this around, and actually less time than I expected, which makes me even happier. I thought, year 4 was like the legit playoff year. I'm already thinking year 3 for sure. The way these guys are going at this pace, hell, they might even make it next year. If they win 5, could they win 9 next year after they load up the roster? Yeah, with some luck and you stay healthy, maybe. But I'll say year 3 to be safe. Okay? Because I was going for year 4, the playoff year.
Well, you said 0, and they ended up with 5.
Right.
I'm going to cut it in half. If you're talking 6 or 8, add 2 to 3. Where are we at? We're looking at 8 to 11.
I just don't want to I just don't want to be unrealistic. You know what I mean? So I just I want to give them a little time here. You know what I mean? I don't know if they'll get their quarterback this offseason.
Once you start putting heavy expectations, you're setting yourself up for failure. And there's no reason for that.
Yeah, and
this is at minimum a 3-year plan.
Yes,
at minimum.
At minimum, yes. Now it looks to me like 3 to get to the playoffs. Just to get to the playoffs. Now win a championship. Just get to the playoffs. That's what it looks like to me. What do we got here? Lakeisha says, the name Jamar Fletcher gives me nightmares. We could have had Drew Brees instead of him. Yes, Lakeisha, you are correct. Don Parlamento says, the beginning of the end of the GOAT. Yeah. Dougie Fresh says, Brady sounds like he smoked a case of menthols and ate a TV dinner by himself with Centrum Silver. I love it. It's so fun. It is just it's a great thing, man, to watch. It really is. It's also great to watch a great rack. And, I mean, who doesn't love a great rack? That's why you got to call Eddie Pineda and the great people at Pallet Rack City, baby. Your one-stop shop. It's for all your warehouse needs. Let's straighten up that warehouse. Let's make it look good. You walk in, there's a bunch of stacked boxes, and they're leaning over, and it's all unorganized. And all. You want to make things look good in your warehouse. I want you to call the great people at Pallet Rack City. They buy and sell new and used pallet racking. They've got the largest used racking inventory in South Florida. So if you're looking for used racking, they got it for you. You're looking for new, they've got it also. And they sell used forklifts and dock equipment, and they specialize in knockdowns and installations of your warehouse equipment. Call them 305-887-9212. That's 305-887-9212 for Pallet Rack City.
I'm going to think about it.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Now I can do it. Oh, yeah.
As I say, try that one more time, sir.
Got my shirt. Here at Caneswear, I had to get this shirt. Is this a badass shirt or what right there, huh? Look at that baby. Yeah.
That is sharp, man.
Huh? Love it. Love it. That look good. Little 305.
Pitbull is proud of you, man.
I was 305 before Pitbull. I'm older than Pitbull. There you go. You could get that shirt here at Caneswear. Come on by. They got all kinds of cool items, man. That is a beautiful shirt, man. Pumped. I wanted it when I saw it in social media when my man got it. I said, I gotta go. Brett's got it loaded up, and it's a beautiful thing. 2511 South University Drive in Davie. If you want to come on out here to Caneswear and get that or any other products. They got Dolphins and Panthers and Marlins and Heat and Inter Miami too. Yeah, when the jerseys come out, they'll have them. I think he put in an order for like 2,000 jerseys. Okay, so when the Inter Miami kits come out, because that's what they're called. That's what the football people call it, kits. They don't call them jerseys. They call them kits. Jersey is an American thing that we use. Hey, Big O, how come you don't do Periscope? Oh, no. What we do is, my bad. We usually pass on the link over to Twitter, Periscope, and so people can find it. We didn't do that today. I usually do that. But we're funneling everything through the YouTube website. And why are we doing that now? Let me explain. We talked about this. Not everybody has Facebook. Not everybody has Twitter. But everybody can use YouTube. And that's why we're doing it through YouTube. Because everybody can watch YouTube. You don't even need a subscription. But the Twitter stuff, the Facebook stuff, and obviously Periscope is Twitter. That's why what we do is we put the links so the people on Periscope and Twitter can then come to YouTube to watch us. And at the beginning of the year, in a couple of days, or in other words, next week, I think, you'll be able to go straight to our website, which you can already go, BigORadioshow.com. And folks, you can listen to any of the podcasts there. Our YouTube, this picture here that you're watching, is embedded already in our website, but it's not active yet. It'll be active, I think, by next week. So for those of you that maybe are not comfortable getting the app on SoundCloud or iTunes or whatever, you could just go to our website at Big O Radio Show, and you can listen to all of the episodes and segments and rants and interviews and all that good stuff there. Joe is asking, I'm from Miami, but moved to Tampa 4 years ago. I root for Orlando City. Look forward to the new rivalry. So do I, sir. It's going to be fun. I'm rooting for Orlando City, too, until we get our team, which we finally got it. I was a Portland Timbers fan until Orlando got their team. Then I rooted for Orlando City the last couple of years. And now I can root for my own team here in the MLS now that I've got it back. Let's see. Periscope, you can hear you in the background. Huh? I don't understand that. What do you mean? I don't get it. You're not hearing me now, or what? I don't get that. You mean you hear me in the background? What does that mean in Periscope? I don't get that one.
He's listening to music and he could hear you in the background. No.
Oh.
No, I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm joking.
Well, I mean, say no, man. Whatever floats their boat, bro. It's fine with me. I don't see the Dolphins drafting a QB in 2020. I think they will, Emilio. I think they will. I think they'll draft a QB at one point or another in that draft. I really do. But we'll see. You might be right. You never know. Either way, I cannot wait for for April to get to Vegas. Well, one, because it's Vegas. I mean, give me any excuse to go to Vegas. My wife is bored with Vegas, but I'm not, okay? I'll never be bored with Vegas. I've been there too many times. I know the place too well. I know it like the back of my hand nowadays. You know what I mean? So to me, it's like, that's the other thing Bill benefits from. It's going to be his first time in Vegas. But he's with me, so I know all of the ins and outs, so we'll be able to go all over the place and with no problem. I even know the back streets on how to cut through certain hotels and all that, because the traffic sometimes can be a bitch. Man, traffic can be a bitch. Got to visit make sure if you're going to Vegas, okay, and you're going to go out for the draft, and you're going to join us out there for the draft, which I hope the Dolphin Nation comes out to Vegas and joins us for the draft at Tommy Rockers. Okay, we got to get Tommy on the show, too, to talk. But the Pinball Hall of Fame is there, and it's right on Tropicana. It's about 1.5 miles off of the Strip. Let me tell you, that's a cool place. If you like video games, you want to definitely go to that. The Dolphins should go after Chase Young. That kid is a beast. Yeah, they should. The problem is the Dolphins cannot, because he's number 2 in the draft. And then you're going to have to trade a whole bunch of picks to move up, and at this point, it's not worth it. If you know how to draft, you'll get a great player at 5. If you know how to draft, you'll get another player at 18 and another player at 25. Okay? You'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. I think they actually know how to draft here now. I think they're going to come up with some of the best draft picks that they've had here in a long, long time. Just got to be patient, folks. Just got to hang in there.
That kid from Clemson, Isaiah Simmons.
Yes.
The number, I love that kid. They project him in the middle, 10 to 15, 12.
Yes.
I love the idea of trading out that 5, getting more picks, and grabbing that kid. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, listen, they're going to have a shot at all kinds of really good talent over the next couple of months when they get into the draft. Plus, with all the picks that they have, it's going to be amazing. By the way, the Big O Show is proudly brought to you by Moody's Dental. And for over 30 years, folks, they've been using the latest dental technology, taken from a guy that has experienced it, myself, and they give their patients the smile they've always wanted. Start the year right by calling them at 305-821-0231. Tell them that Big O sent you, and trust me, Moody's Dental will take care of you. 305-821-0231. Visit Moody'sDental.com. They are your implant and Invisalign experts. Come on in for a free consultation. Tell them that Big O sent you, and they will take care of you at Moody's Dental.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All righty, it is time now for our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report, and we do it every week here, of course, with Manny Navarro from The Athletic. You can follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. Yeah.
What's up?
Yes, sir. And it's all brought to you by Caneswear, and that's, of course, Caneswear.com. Go to the website. Follow them on Twitter at Canes_wear. We're broadcasting from Caneswear right now at 2511 South University Drive in Davie. All right, Manny. First of all, my man, talk to me about the coaching change. What do you think about it, and who is going to be their offensive coordinator?
Well, it's a great question. Manny Diaz obviously said yesterday that he's already spoken to 7 or 8 guys, both at the college and pro level. I will remind everyone that when we went through this a year ago, when Manny Diaz was named head coach, he said the same thing, and we basically still waited another 2 weeks for this to be resolved. So I don't know where they are as far as progress in terms of nailing down who it is that they want, but obviously spread up-tempo is the priority. So a lot of the names that I've reported and others have reported, the one new one was Keith Hefferdeck, I guess, from Arizona State, who is a disciple of Larry Fedora at North Carolina. Talking to some of the former players, they kind of like that offense a little bit more. It's more downhill running, more running back friendly, sort of what Fedora did at Carolina with his offensive schemes. And so if it's going to be an offense that's more running back friendly in a spread offense, I think that probably does Miami good, especially when you've got 2 talented incoming freshmen like Jalen Knight and Donald Chaney Jr. So, I think that's the preference. But to me, listening to Manny talk yesterday, I think up-tempo is a big part of it. And, Dan Enos only ran the no-huddle 7% of the time in his offense at Miami. Manny Diaz wants opposing defenses gassed. He wants them scrambling to make switches. He wants them on their toes. And I think that's going to be the priority with whoever it is that they hire for the OC.
So let me ask you something. Okay, here's the part that I don't know if I have the answer to it, and I don't know if you have the answer to it. I might be being unfair to you here. All right, so you want to run the spread more, or you want to run no huddle, all this, but isn't it also up to your players being able to handle all of these kind of things? So does Manny feel like he had the quarterbacks that could handle this? Or maybe is it that, Enos felt that he didn't have the quarterbacks to give them more responsibilities out there? Where do we land on this? Because I don't have enough information to tell you either way.
Yeah, here's one thing, and it's funny. I just recorded my latest edition of the Wide Right podcast, and we tackled a lot of these topics. But here's what I'll stand. Mark Richt, when he was coach his final season, okay, when we were all complaining about the playbook, right? And we're all saying, man, it's so simple. Mark's thought was, hey, listen, I've got to get these guys just to get one play right because they're not smart enough. Without saying they're not smart enough, he basically said they're not smart enough to run a more complicated offense. So what does Manny Diaz do? He goes out and brings in Dan Enos, who runs a much more complicated offense in terms of motions and switching and different things that he was supposed to do. And Dan Enos basically tells us at the end of the season when we had our little press conference with him on signing day, we couldn't play fast, we couldn't play up tempo, and we couldn't do some of the things we wanted because the kids didn't know what we were doing. They didn't know the offense. They weren't smart enough to pick it up. So to me, without question, there is an intelligence issue, not only from the quarterback being able to make second reads and third reads, but the receivers running the routes. One thing I will say, I had a long week. Actually, you know this. I was in Shreveport for the bowl game. Drove to Dallas, flew home from Dallas, got up the next morning, drove to Orlando for the Under Armour Media Day to go talk to all these All-Americans. Miami had 4 kids playing in the game on January 2nd. So, but they were there to talk, and I talked to 3 of them. The one thing I've been struck not only by those 3 kids, but also other ones, including Tyler Van Dyke, who I went to go visit in Connecticut, and Jalen Rivers, who I've seen in Jacksonville, and different kids. I feel like this is a much smarter recruiting class in terms of intelligence level, in terms of understanding of football concepts than the guys that are currently on the team now. And I think you hit it dead on the head. If the kids don't know what they're running, you're not going to be successful. I think whatever offensive coordinator comes in, the number one thing Manny Diaz is going to want to do and say is to have these kids understand what the hell it is they're doing and be capable of executing it and not looking lost and not looking slow because they don't know what they're doing.
Well, listen, the current Miami Hurricane players aren't very smart. They celebrate penalties. No, seriously. Give me a break, bro. I was watching this other Canes player that he went and put out his highlights of the game. And it's like, dude, you lost to Louisiana Tech. Why are you putting out your highlights from your own? Like, I think he titled it like "See God" or something like that? Or do you know who I'm talking about? The UM player?
It's so hard. It's so hard to keep up with all of them, all because they're all on social media constantly.
I mean, I was looking at it now, and I forgot the kid's name because somebody here was showing it to me, and it's like the kid's like edited his highlights from the La Tech game just so he can put those up, and it's like, dude, do you realize you lost? Who cares what you did, bro? And that's the problem I see with what he has there at the University of Miami.
There's certainly a lack of leadership. And, you know, I dug more into kind of what's been going on behind the scenes, because once guys are fired and kids transfer, you start to hear people open up a little bit more about what went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I think there was without a question a problem between Dan Enos and his quarterbacks. There were guys in that room who flat out hated him. And I think certainly there were other players on the team, guys that he would chew out. And then, you know, Dan wasn't afraid when he went to press conferences with us to bring up the real problems with those players. He would criticize them, saying, hey, you know, now you can look at this two ways. You can say, man, you know, Dan Enos, you got to be smarter. You want your players to like you. Or you can be old school like the rest of us and say, well, why are these kids so damn soft? And I think, you know, again, it's not just a Miami problem. Because I've talked to other college coaches and assistants at different programs. Again, when you had me on last week right after the bowl game, we talked about this. It's a generational thing. These kids nowadays, I mean, a lot of them have to be sort of dealt with kid gloves. And there's a lot of a feeling of, you know, hey, you know what? These coaches owe me. And I'll tell you where it all begins. It begins at the youth level, okay? It begins at the high school level with these kids transferring to 2 and 3 different schools because, hey, you know, I don't like the way this coach is playing me, and hey, he's not playing me at the position I want. The days of earning the respect of your head coach and playing for your head coach, and you know, it's really in the rearview mirror. This is a much more selfish society in terms of players. You see it with Antonio Brown, right? You see it with these guys in the NFL when they get the big Twitter following and all that. In a lot of ways, the tail is wagging the dog now, and these coaches don't know how to deal with it. And the transfer portal has only made it tougher because now these kids think, well, you know what? This coach doesn't like me. I'm going to figure out a hardship. I'm going to figure out a way to get myself eligible for next season. So the whole thing right now, the whole society, the way all of this is working, there are hurdles to deal with. And I think Manny Diaz underestimated because his defense was successful. I think he underestimated how difficult it was to be able to get the offensive guys that he had nothing to do with recruiting to play for Dan Enos and to play for him. And so now that he's the head coach, his guys, the guys that he's bringing in, the guys that he's recruiting, we'll have to see if they act and perform differently because they're quote unquote Manny guys and not Mark Richt guys or somebody else's guys.
All right, so what's the latest on some of these guys using the transfer portal, like Lingard and stuff? What's going on?
Well, Lingard clearly wasn't happy that he didn't get a chance to play this season. I know he came back from major knee surgery, and you know, by all accounts, even his, in terms of, you know, what he supposedly told Manny Diaz, he wasn't right, and he needed to get healthy. Now, I think Manny sort of set a dangerous precedent by telling us in the press conference, yeah, well, he's going to get involved. We're going to get Lorenzo to play more. And then you go to the bowl game and he doesn't play more. I think Lingard is probably going to head to either Florida or UCF because it's close to home. I think he's trying to get a hardship, and he's got a family member who's sick. And so he's trying to get a hardship to be able to play right away next year. And so the Gators have a need at running back. So to me, my gut tells me he's going to end up in Florida, which is where his cousin, Avante Williams, the 4-star safety, is probably going as well.
Nice. And the Florida kid just had a nice day to close out his career last night against Virginia. So, he can step in. Now, how much was it injury? What kind of kid is he? What personality clash? Was he working hard? Is he an entitled kid? What did you hear about it behind the scenes with Lingard?
Well, look, I think certainly when you're a 5-star recruit, there is a sense of, hey, you know, I should be on the field playing. But I think, the injury was a serious injury, and my understanding was the majority of his teammates liked him. I don't know that Cam Harris necessarily did, because Cam Harris, I don't know if you saw the good riddance to Lorenzo Lingard, but certainly I think there were a lot of other guys who liked Lingard, and I don't necessarily know that the coaching staff didn't like him. I know Coach Eric Hickson was trying to get the kid to be patient and to understand that, hey, you're going to get a chance here. But again, it's a different era, man. God knows what the Florida coaching staff or other coaches have been telling, Lingard's family behind the scenes about the opportunities maybe to play right away and to be the quote-unquote man. I do know that his kids, they certainly look at who's recruited. Miami signed two stud running backs locally who both could play quite a bit as freshmen, and I think Lorenzo Lingard just decided it was a better decision for him to leave. And sometimes, that's the best thing for both sides. I know it hurts. Miami fans don't like to see a five-star kid leave, but if Lorenzo Lingard goes somewhere else to Florida, per se, and has a good career, and Miami ends up just fine with the other guys, then you know what? No sweat off your back.
No, you're right about that. It's just, to me, I don't know what this kid is, so I don't even know if it's a loss or not, because I've seen plenty of 4- and 5-star kids that never lived up to any of the hype. But what did you hear about him that makes you think that it could have been a loss overall?
Well, I mean, he's just a super explosive speed. He's a track guy, a guy who creates great separation. I mean, the one game that we saw him, we couldn't really tell because it was Savannah State, so it was a terrible opponent. But certainly, I think, the kid was gifted in terms of breakaway speed and being a home run threat. And obviously, there were other schools who wanted him as well. So it wasn't just Miami who recruited him. He had a lot of great football teams, Power 5 teams that were after him, and there was a reason he was a 5-star recruit. To me, I said this to somebody else, and I don't know if you and I have talked about this, but I think the star system, I think there should only be 5 stars. I honestly do. I think whoever's an All-American, whoever is a 5-star, like literally the best of the best, those are the only guys who be rated, should be given a star rating, because the rest of it, to me, it really doesn't matter. The 4 and the 3 and the 2 and that whole system is just, it's a joke. The best of the best. Every scout can tell who the best of the best is. Beyond that, it's just an opinion. So, to me, obviously, this kid is gifted. He's, like I said, super track speed, super breakaway speed, and he's going to go do it for somebody else.
All right, Manny Navarro, of course, joins us every week for our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report, and you can follow him on Twitter, like I and so many others do, at Manny_Navarro. Any other recruiting news that we should know about my brother?
Well, I mean, they've certainly offered, different guys here in the last few weeks, a couple cornerbacks, a couple of offensive linemen. I haven't been focused so much on that because we still got a month away from signing day. But Kane Sport and Inside the U and all those guys, your boys Andrew Ivins, they report a lot more on the day-to-day happenings of recruiting. The one big story you haven't asked me about, obviously,
Alonzo.
is yes, the Alonzo Highsmith. I'm sure that was probably one of your subjects coming up. But
yes.
I've exchanged text messages with Alonzo, and obviously I got a lot of sources at Miami. This whole thing to me, it's kind of comical. I know there's a push to bring Alonzo in because he loves Miami. Would probably be a great athletic director. But
he's not a college guy. He's a pro guy.
Right. He's a talent evaluator. And here's the thing people need to understand, okay? Number one, he spent a lot of time in the NFL in terms of moving up the ladder to get himself in the position to be a general manager, to be a front office leader. He's basically, I think, the number 2 or number 3 guy in Cleveland as it stands. To take a chief of staff position, the number one thing as far as chief of staff, okay, and I asked all of our college football beat reporters at The Athletic. This is a great part about being a part of the network. I asked all of them, I said, okay, guys, who has these chief of staff positions, these quote-unquote overseers, and what do they do? First of all, there's a lot of teams that have had a chief of staff, okay, now, Power 5 schools. FSU just hired one, Penn State. Mike Leach has one at Washington State. Washington has one, Arizona State. All these guys sort of got back to me. The job is essentially part of what the head coach does. It's handing off several duties that the head coach usually handles, like overseeing the equipment team, the video staff, recruiting staff, NFL scouts, administrative work, branding, serving as sort of a gatekeeper, for the head coach to allow him to maybe be more involved in the football aspect of it. That's not what Alonzo Highsmith does. He is a talent evaluator for the Cleveland Browns. He goes to pro days, he goes to the combine.
I know. I see him all the time. Trust me.
Yeah,
and I'll be hanging with Zoe at the Senior Bowl and at the combine shortly. Yes.
Yeah. So this job, this chief of staff position, to me, it's funny how this came out yesterday. You get Manny Diaz coming on the radio talking about, hey, we're gonna go to the spread, we're gonna go to up tempo, and then 6 hours later, you get the athletic director Blake James to come on to say, oh yeah, and yeah, I know all of you guys want Alonzo Highsmith, and we're going to create the chief of staff position. And it's just, to me, it's kind of funny. We got a long time before the football season, man. And these guys, there's no way for them to win over anybody until they win a football game. So I think coming out and talking about doing all the things that the fans want is maybe their way of, hey, calm down, guys. We're working on it. Gee, we want a chief of staff. We want Alonzo here. We want to run a spread. The reality is none of it matters, though. Until they get on the football field and win, the heat is not coming off Manny Diaz or Blake James. And this whole position for Alonzo Highsmith, unless he's coming in to run the athletic department and be in charge of hiring and firing football coaches, there's no way that he ends up in Miami.
Makes all the sense in the world that he shouldn't come here. And Manny Navarro, of course, with our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report here. We do it every week at this time. You can follow Manny on Twitter and Manny_Navarro. And, of course, come on out to Caneswear, 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Brett is out here with me right now, actually, watching the segment. All right, Manny, so are these the changes that are going to happen in the coaching staff? Are they done? Is this it after the OC? You hear anything else? Or that's
no? Obviously, look, brought in Butch Berry, the offensive line coach, and Taylor Stubblefield, the receivers coach. Manny praised Stubblefield yesterday, saying he felt like the receivers were running routes better, that they're being coached up better. As far as the offensive line is concerned, knowing the players, talking to a few of them. Talking to some of the recruits, they really like Butch Berry as far as a tactician. But ultimately, whoever the offensive coordinator is, and I know, we've been doing this for a long damn time. They want their own guys. 99% of the time, they want their own guys. So I'm sure whoever Manny hires is going to want to bring his guys with him. And so anybody who is an offensive coach, to me, is capable of being let go. If that coach wants to bring somebody with him to be part of his staff. And the interesting thing here is, too, this can't be understated enough. This team was 6-7. There's a lot of pressure on Manny Diaz to win next year. If they have another season like this, he can be gone. And I think that obviously has to be considered by the offensive coordinator who's going to take the job. They have to know, hey, I'm coming in to work for a coach who could potentially be gone, right? Who's on the hot seat. And an athletic director who's very much on the hot seat, I would think, based on what's sort of happening at Miami and the level of anger and frustration towards the football program. So it'll be interesting to see who they hire. This Heckendorf guy out of Arkansas State, again, he's at Arkansas State, so I'm sure coming to Miami would be an upgrade for him as an offensive coordinator. But some of the other names that we've heard, I know everybody's all excited about Joe Brady because he's a local guy, and the Broyles winner at LSU. He's not going to leave LSU to come coach and be the offensive coordinator at Miami, even if this is home. You would have to give him $3 million and maybe a promise that he'd be the head coach if anything happened to Manny Diaz, I think, to get him. So, to me, it's going to be interesting to see who they hire. And my understanding from hearing internally is, yes, they'd like to do this fast and get somebody to be the head coach. But I also think it's going to be a challenge to get the next guy if it's going to be a big name.
It only makes sense that he's on the hot seat, but the Blake James right now has definitely got to be feeling it, right? He's got. Yeah. I would imagine that right now he's trying to do everything to help Manny to succeed because this is like his first big time hire as an AD.
Right. Obviously he hired Mark Richt.
Oh, he did Rick. That's right. And it didn't work, actually.
Right. Well, it worked in the sense that they went 10-0 and they showed flashes, but then, it didn't work because it fell apart at the end. But, I think without question, look, there's enough people complaining about the football program. And I've said this to you many times. Manny Diaz and Blake James are paying for the sins of this football program being bad, not just now, but for the last 15 years, even if they weren't necessarily a part of it for all of that time. So, yes, everything is ramped up. And then when you go out and you lose to FIU, it only amplifies it more. Look, had Manny beaten FIU and won the season finale against Duke, and they finished 8-4, I don't think we're hearing the yelling and screaming quite to this level. I think people are frustrated, but the fact that he lost to FIU, that was the crippling defeat. That was the, hey, you know what? Your ass is on the hot seat loss. And again, nothing is going to change till these guys go out and go 10-2, 11-1, and show that the thing is really headed in the right direction. And I think Manny knows that. He knows he's in a tough spot. But, all these little games going on, saying, hey, this is what we're doing. We're going to the spread. It's trying to win over the fan base when really you can't win over the fan base this time of year.
All right, follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. Catch him every week at this time right here as we do our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. And come on out to Caneswear at 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Manny, as always, Studley, my brother, thank you, and Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year to you both, and let's hope 2020 is better for all of us.
You bet.
Happy New Year, Manny.
You know it. Thank
Happy
you,
New
sir.
Year.
Appreciate it. There you go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. It's all about the you. Let's talk to my man, Brett, the owner of Caneswear. Got a lot of things going on. And, Brett, I got to tell you, I saw this on social media because you guys are all over on social media. Follow him on social media, Canes_wear, by the way, on Twitter. So I saw it and I retweeted it and I said, I got to have one. So I came over and obviously I'm doing the broadcast, but I had to buy one of these 305 shirts. These are sweet, man. Sweet.
They look great, don't they, Orlando?
Oh, my Lord.
Those the artist did a phenomenal job. Got the beautiful colors, 305, the skyline, all what it's about to be there in the 305.
Yes.
It's awesome.
That is awesome. And I see you got some racks out here. You got some clearance racks out here. What do we got going on Caneswear?
Well, today is the end of year. It's the end of year sale, and today is what? I guess it's the end of the year. I mean, this is it. The end of the year, the end of the decade. It's for the end of the teens. We're going to the Roaring 20s. So we've got today, last day of that sale today. We've got heat stuff. A lot of heat stuff out there at 40% off. The high flying heat. We've got a lot of their stuff at 40. We've got an orange tag at 50. We got racks of that, 70% off our green tag. So lots and lots of items, over 1,000, 70% off. Awesome deal there. We got some items that are regularly like $40. You got for $12. So $50 for $18. So great sale. So it's been a phenomenal year. It's just been awesome. We had a great year. I mean, the Canes didn't do so well. The Dolphins didn't do that well. I mean, I shouldn't say that about the Dolphins. They definitely impressed.
No, the Dolphins did
I don't know about the new coaching move, but I've been very impressed.
I like the coaching move.
You like the coaching move with Jalen?
Yeah, because I think it's kind of a Godfather cultural place type of move that I think they're going to elevate the quarterback's coach, give him more responsibility, but because he's kind of new at being an offensive coordinator, Chan will help him groom the quarterbacks and the offense for the next couple of years and then just move on.
That's a good point. I thought O'Shea was doing a great job. I mean, what do I know?
Maybe I think it's more about saving the quarterback's coach, because if Daniels gets a job, he would take Shaplinski
That's
with
what
him.
I heard. That's what I heard.
So they're afraid of losing Shaplinski, so then they give him more responsibility. But while giving him that responsibility, bring somebody in that can help mentor. And here's the flip side of it. I'm afraid that they feel that they might be losing Jim Caldwell. So if they're going to lose Jim Caldwell, he will be the guy that kind of replaces Jim Caldwell as the mentor of the offense. You know what I'm saying?
No, I got it. So the Dolphins are very, very high on them. Flores, I mean, You wanted the better pick. We ended up beating the Patriots. Can you get any better than that? Beat the Patriots, knocked them out of the
stay at 5.
Knocked them out of the bye, and we stay at 5. The team just, I mean, nobody wants to lose less than, Coach Flores is the most excitable coach I can remember.
I love him.
He's pumped. He's energetic. We finally got the great coach that we wanted, I believe.
I love him. And
so I just wasn't sure.
I love what I'm seeing from that
so
guy.
far. I mean, he basically picking off guys off practice squad every week and you're going to play, you're going to play.
And let me tell you something. When the training camp rolls around next year, you're going to find 5 or 6 of those guys that you're going to go, hey, those were the guys from last year, and they're pretty good, and they're helping us.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what this season was about, is just filter in and out young guys, figure out the ones that can and can't play, and then roll them over into next year to help build that foundation.
And what they did with certain players, I remember we were at the draft together with a draft party when they picked Devontae, and you were definitely, I think we were at Frankie's that day.
I was,
and you were definitely wanting Devontae. Psych, I thought the next Randy Moss, the next type of Michael Irvin, the guy that's going to go up and grab the ball, a quarterback's friend that's going to go and take the ball away. And
finally,
this year, finally. So, I mean, I'm excited about the receiver
all the
corps.
injuries killed his confidence,
The
man.
injuries, but you got Parker, you got Wilson coming back healthy. You've got
Preston Williams.
He's looked great.
Looked like a steal of the draft.
Absolutely. I wasn't even drafted, right?
Right.
So we got him. We got who else do we got coming? Albert Wilson.
The Nick
good.
Needham kid that looked
yes.
good.
And Gesicki, yeah, he's looking phenomenal.
You know,
so that's exciting. And Fitzpatrick, I wasn't for Fitzpatrick. I was for Rosen, but
it made sense.
Total sense.
I wanted to go back to Rosen too, but I was wrong. The coach was right because it allowed you to assess everything. Parker doesn't have the year that he had if Rosen's playing, so you don't get to sign him to this contract-friendly deal.
Exactly.
Which is another smart move by this front office.
They've done everything right.
Eric Rowe is a mediocre corner,
Mm-hmm.
but they figured out, hey, this guy can play safety and cover tight ends.
Mm-hmm.
He's good at that. We haven't been able to cover the tight end for 15 years.
Absolutely. No, it's right now they're doing it right, and we're stockpiled with draft picks. We're stockpiled with money.
Love it.
I've heard some people say, "Well, next year can we go for Lawrence if we can?" I'm saying we're not going to have to do that again.
No,
I don't think we're going backwards.
No.
Flores is not going to sit down. And
no,
this team's going to be vying for the playoffs next year, without a doubt.
At least 500. I mean, if you can win 5,
you're going to go to 500. You might as well get the playoffs.
You know, they'll be close. But I'm not going to hold it.
I'm
not going to expect.
I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying that. And regarding Arcanes, it's you know what? I'm excited in this regard. I know about what's happening with Alonso and everything, but
that's not going to happen.
But here's the deal. So what was the downfall of our coach with the tie? He wouldn't fire his buddy. He wouldn't fire the defensive coordinator, and that led to the downfall. They turned on him. And then with Coach Rick, who we all love, the only guy to get us 10 wins in the last 15 years, I love the Canes. My life depends on the Canes, but let's face it, we haven't been world beaters for a while.
Yes.
Cane fans are great fans. They're going to come to the store. They're going to buy. They're going to support the team. They're positive. But Coach Rick got us 10 wins. He got us that bowl game, our one bowl game in 13 years that we won.
And won.
We're 1-9 in our last 10, so it's not like Manny took over this powerhouse.
No.
This powerhouse that we lost 4 in a row last year. We lost 5 out of 7, and against Power 5 we were like 6 out of our last 6 and 9 out of the last 15. So Manny took this team over. He got us a little excited with the yacht and everything like that, the new Miami. It didn't work out. Everybody said the offense was the problem. I believe the offense was the true problem, and he got rid of the problem. We didn't lose many games because of defense this year.
No. There were moments that the defense didn't come
4th and 17,
through.
they didn't come. But, you can't put a little time capsule and look at every individual play, I say. We have the kicking at the beginning of the season. Who knows where we are in that season?
Right.
And then you've got on top of that the offensive problems. And I don't know what happened. How do you go from winning 3 games in a row and beating at Pittsburgh, winning
Virginia.
at Florida State, winning Virginia 2 weeks before that, coming back against Virginia Tech when we threw 5 interceptions, 5 turnovers to no turnovers. We came storming back.
Yep.
And then destroying Louisville, and then I don't know what happened. It had to be some kind of dissension, in my opinion.
I don't know what it is, but he's got to figure it out. And as bad as he looked this year, he needs to look that good. Because like I said earlier in the show, this was supposed to be a 10-win season.
Absolutely, with the schedule especially.
Right. Those 4 games you lost, you should have won those games. And then we're all like, okay, Manny had a great year, great way to start. Let's build on this. And they would have been the team last night playing Florida, maybe. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So we would have been doing this show. We would have been doing this
had a
show
rematch.
talking about the Orange Bowl game last night, and we would have win or loss, win or lose. Hey, win or lose,
right.
it's 10 wins. We would have felt good about the season.
No doubt about it. But so I was doing some research here the other day.
You do that?
I do research once in a while.
All right.
Besides
Just
everything
checking.
else, I try to look at. So I was looking up like different coaches, their first-year records. I mean, because people are down on Manny. You know, he's the worst coach in the history of sports. They want to, but I say he gets a mulligan this year. His first year, tough year.
No, I get it.
I mean, he got rid of the offensive coordinator, which is great. Okay, so you look up a guy like who's this? Dennis Erickson, 6-6 at Wyoming, 3-7 at Washington State, then finally 9-3 at Washington State before he took over the Hurricane job. So, Canes fans, we'd obviously want to kill him.
Right.
All right. You've got let's see here.
Dabo Swinney, actually.
Dabo Swinney, we know about, of course.
Dabo had like a decent first year, but then he actually suffered a really bad second year, if I'm correct.
And then the third year, he was, 6-6?
Then he started to bounce back.
So, totally. So here's a coach that started off at Toledo. He was 9-2, and then at Michigan State he was 6-5. At Michigan State, second year 6-6, then 7-5, then 6-6.
That's Saban.
I mean, 4 years he's going around 500. So
right.
I know we talk about Alabama. The first year was 7-6, but in Michigan State, his first 4 years he was no good.
Right.
I mean, so you've got coach after coach. Patterson, TCO, started off badly. Gundy, Oklahoma State, not too good his first few years. These are great coaches. So.
Yeah.
The first year, I wish Manny would have done better. The new Miami, the yacht, the excitement, the energy. I'm sure he's the first person that thinks he could want to take that back.
Yes.
But you know what?
Yes.
He got rid of Enos, a great high-powered offense. Look at LSU. Last year, they were just an average offense, below average.
Yep.
I mean, Burrow, if he would have gone in the draft, he would have been, what, 4th round, 5th round? Now he's going to be the top pick?
They brought an NFL assistant in to run the offense, and it completely changed everything.
So I'm excited about the Canes. Just let's see who we get for the offensive coordinator. That's the key. But Manny said yesterday, I guess he said yesterday, that he's going to up-tempo offense, which is the key. Spread offense, aggressive offense. He picked Enos. It was the wrong pick. I don't think you can judge a guy in his worst moment.
No. Listen, Manny gets the mulligan. Like you just said, he gets the break. He did everything wrong this year. Now it's your job to learn from all of this and make sure it doesn't happen next year. And when FIU rolls around, you win those games. And when Georgia Tech rolls around, you win those kind of games. That's what he cannot do next year. He can't have the same things happen over again.
Absolutely.
Because then that's when we have no hope
right
now. Because that's the part that I've lost hope with him right now.
Yes.
And that's the part that sucks. Because
that's it. That's what fans are down. But you got the fact that he was able to. I mean, most people thought he would not fire anybody. He'd not get rid of Enos. He'd give him another shot, which is what his predecessors did. He kept defense coordinator. Rick didn't want to fire himself from the job.
Right.
Didn't want to go ahead. So they went ahead and took the bullet.
Unlike Flores doesn't waste any time on anything.
Absolutely.
Anything.
Absolutely.
He will make changes.
I mean, that interference
no
penalty against the Jets at the end, was it against the Jets?
Yeah.
He was ballistic, going crazy. I love Flores. So we got the Dolphins that draft. I saw a mock draft. I know it was just a mock.
Yeah.
I'm not a Tua guy, but I saw Tua. I saw T. Higgins, an 18, not a bad receiver. Not that we need receivers. I saw Etienne coming in the second round. I mean, those would be some solid guys.
Oh, Etienne, I would love.
He's a beast, and he'll be a mid-second round pick, they said. I mean, there's so many guys we can get in those first 5 picks.
Oh, my Lord. They could get a hell of a back in the second round. There's going to be a whole bunch of them in the second round.
And for the first time, we've got some of that we feel good about them.
Yes.
Do you think Rosen has any future? Because I've been reading some people say the Dolphins like him.
I think he does have a future. I think they're just coaching him up and preparing him for his final opportunity at it. They clearly saw he wasn't ready. So they're like, all right, we got to scrap this. Let's just coach this kid up. He'll be a year here, and then next year we'll throw him into the competition with the young kid we draft. And if he can't beat out the young kid, then we have our answer, and we move on.
Absolutely. Well,
I think that's what's going to happen.
Well, the microwave society, everyone wants an immediate. In the older days, you remember, I mean, the Danny White sat back. I mean, Don Strock sat behind Bob Greasy. Steve Young even sat back. I mean, Brett Favre was ahead of Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
Exactly.
Aaron Rodgers sat for a while.
You can't. I mean, these guys are not. That's the toughest position in all of sports.
Yeah.
a split second to decide what to do. It's not college.
And now they're back to normal salaries. Remember, we had a time where those crazy salaries.
The Jake Long years.
Yeah, and they forced you that if you drafted a guy, you had to throw him in there already because you were paying him
Exactly,
so much money.
yes.
Now that you're not paying him that much anymore, you can actually sit him down. And I think that's why Fitz will come back to give you that bridge again until those guys or the drafted rookie.
Yeah, I think that'd be a
is
great
ready.
opportunity because the offensive line, I doubt, will be a great offensive line, even though we have enough money in draft picks to draft guys. But I don't know. It's hard to imagine we're going to have a great offensive line right away. But you never know with Flores because you wouldn't imagine after losing to Baltimore the way we did and then the second half to New England. It's good to know that Baltimore destroyed a lot of teams.
Right.
I mean, when you find out that you're destroyed, it's not just us.
Right.
So that's exciting. And the Panthers, one thing out here at Canesville, we have a ton of Panther stuff, and the Panthers are playing well again, which is good. They're on and off, and hopefully
They're on right now.
They're on right now.
They're on tonight, by the way, against the Blue Jackets. They're on the road.
All right, so we got that. What do we got? A 2-game winning streak going right now? Or is it,
yes.
So hopefully they can continue. That's a lot of excitement going on.
Yeah, they're right at the bottom of the playoff race, so they need to start climbing in that playoff race. And a win tonight against the Blue Jackets would be really, really nice. That's not going to be an easy one for
But
them.
after seeing what the Blues did last year, they came from last to first, right? I mean, everybody is in it in hockey.
Hockey's one of those.
Hockey's a great sport that if you're hot in the playoffs, you can make a run.
Especially with
a
the
great
goaltender.
thing. So,
yep. All right, so what do we got going on? Are you open tomorrow?
We are closed tomorrow. We're going to take the New Year's Day off and celebrate.
Good for you.
Thank you. It's
Bill is off too tomorrow.
Bill is off too. All right,
Yes.
but you're going to carry on.
I'm going to carry on.
So it's we got right now the special. We're going to have a 2020 special. I mean, I'm going to give you a hint. Tomorrow, everything is going to be, we're going to announce it. Everything in the store is going to be 20% off. So even your starter jackets, whatever you want tomorrow, 2020, 20% off on everything. Even our top sellers will be announcing that in the morning, so you'll get a code for that.
Not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow.
It'll be tomorrow is the day. No, it'll be online 2020.
Online tomorrow.
2020. Caneswear.com. We'll do that.
Online.
And we may carry it over. We'll probably carry it over for our first day as well.
Okay.
I'll instruct the team. And even our sale items that are 50% off, they'll be an additional 20% off.
Wow.
And maybe so take a look on online Caneswear.com. We got the Panther stuff I said. We got plenty of Hurricane stuff. We've got Dolphin stuff. Look for a Dolphin sale on there as well.
The Inter-Miami jerseys.
The Inter-Miami jerseys are coming out in February. We're pumped. We were just doing a schedule card. They should be coming out mid-February. We're working on having a block party for that. We're going to try to have this whole place lit up. We're working on something right now with the landlord, so that'll be exciting. We're pumped. I mean, the soccer we've got tons of jerseys. Adidas is really pumped. We've got a ton of jerseys, the black jersey, the white jersey, the pink. It's going to look great. I mean, everybody's excited. We finally got a coach, which we're going to have a team, and you couldn't be more excited right now. So I told my friend that we're going deep on soccer. He said he went to the scrimmage in Orlando for the Canes. He said there was a soccer game going on, and everybody was wearing Orlando purple.
Oh,
he
yeah.
said, so soccer.
Yeah, Orlando City fans are awesome.
So
They're fantastic.
So March is when it starts. It's going to be exciting and energetic. I don't care what you're a fan of in South Florida. If we win, everybody's going to be a fan.
Right. That's right.
Let's face it. So we're pumped. So
you're getting it in all three colors?
It'll be two colors. It'll be white and it'll be black.
Oh, okay. I thought you said there was a pink one.
I don't even know if I'm supposed to say that.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so it's but there will be. But anyway, so there you heard it. Shh. So we're pumped. We're pumped. Everybody's pumped on the new jerseys, the new team, and you can't have anything more to ask for.
I'll be here on the first day to get my kits.
Well, absolutely. So we're excited. So listen, Big O, happy, healthy New Year to you and the family.
Thank you, sir.
Bill, happy, healthy New Year to you and to all of our fans out there.
And we're closing the New Year strong, 33% increase in our downloads this month.
Awesome. That's phenomenal. The show is going. I love the show because it doesn't only talk one sport. It talks about every sport.
Yeah.
It's a great thing, and that's why people listen in. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, man, it's growing. It's growing.
Now,
like
this
crazy.
is also 2020 is Caneswear's 10th year in business. We started in that little warehouse for 5
I
years.
remember.
We bought the Spadas for 4, and now we're over here by Mission Barbecue and Burger 21 for the last year and a half. So 10 years in business, so we're going to be doing a lot of exciting things.
That is awesome.
So stay tuned. So thank you to the Caneswear family out there. We appreciate each one and every year. We love you all, and happy, healthy New Year. We look forward to seeing you in 2020.
And, Brett, thank you for being a great sponsor of ours for so many years, man. I really appreciate it big time.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
And this venture has been the best.
We love it. We love it.
Thank you, my friend.
All right. We are definitely in the Big O camp.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
All
there you
right.
go. Brett Gittleman, of course, from Caneswear. Thank you, my friend.
You got it.
All right. There we go, baby. All right, come on out, 2511 South University Drive in Davie. You see it right here, right under the mic. You see the little block? It says it there, 2511 South University Drive in Davie. I love it. Brett, come on out and see Brett and all the great people out here, man. They will get it done for you. I'm telling you. All the great savings. Got a bunch of racks out here with all kinds of stuff.
I was going to say, man, the stuff on the racks.
I know,
dude,
right?
Like,
pretty sharp. I like that
what
Panthers
is Brett
shirt.
doing selling that stuff at that price?
Yeah, the
Like,
Panthers
wow.
shirt is really, really sharp. So you got to check it out. Good stuff. Thank you, Brett, as always. Appreciate it. All right. If you guys want to get in on the show, so simple, the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. Leo goes, that guy knows a lot. Of course that guy knows a lot. Brett follows every sport out there. Of course he knows it. They're giving you compliments on the chat board there. Your knowledge. Dropping knowledge. There you go. You see? I love it. What do we have here? And listen, when he's here, and all the guys here, and the ladies, they're all big sports fans. They can talk. He doesn't hire people that are just normal employees. They're actual sports fans and employees too. So yeah, Brett keeps up with everything. For Enos, it's his job to make the offense fit what he has to work with. Don't sell me on the crap. Non-Power 5 schools can run up tempo spreads. Do they have smarter kids than us? I don't think so. Well, you never know. Sometimes you got a bad batch of kids. You never know. Big O, Tua at the podium holding up a number 1 pick jersey gives me tingling, right? Is that what you put? All hail the Dolphins, and I love Rax. And you better love Rax. Drew Bow, Happy New Year. We all love Rax. Rax. Love it. Nothing wrong with a great rack, right? A great rack is awesome. And at Pallet Rock City, you can get a great rack. So get on down to Pallet Rock City and get a great rack. And by the way, folks, be safe, okay? This evening, when you're hanging out, be nice and safe. Don't get behind the wheel drunk, please. If you're going to drink, stay home. If you're out, please Uber home. Have somebody that is, not drinking. Let's be smart tonight, okay? Let's not pick up any DUIs. Let's not get anybody injured, please, okay? Let's do the right thing. You don't need any of that kind of, what's it called, terror in your life. The Heat lost last night to the Wizards. Really haven't talked too much about the Heat today. Butler had 27.6 rebounds, 4 assists. Bam had 14 and 14 along with 5 assists. I'm not going to get crazy about this game. It's one of those games that the Wizards had it going on, and they scored 80 points from the bench. And there are moments where you can't do anything about it. Teams have their nights, and last night was the Wizards' night. Just one of those deals, man. It's something that you can't control, and it happens to every NBA team. What I would tell you is this. It's not habitual. And when it becomes habitual, don't worry. I'll mention it. We'll talk about it. I'll bitch about it. I'll complain. We'll point fingers. Okay? We got no problem doing that here on the show. But we can't overreact about a loss to the Wizards on a night where they get 80 points from their bench and some kid named Garrison Matthews scores 28 and another kid named Jordan McRae scores 29, and both guys shoot 10 of 15 from three-point range. What are you going to do? It happens. I saw Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen and Phil Jackson come into town, and we're sitting there going, man, the Heat have 8 people on their roster. And Rex Chapman went off for 39 points. He had it's probably his greatest night as a basketball player, or one of them. Definitely one of them. Obviously, he had a pretty good career as a college player. So maybe he had a better one, but that night took everybody by surprise, including us Heat fans. And they beat the big bad Bulls, the world champions that year, with a incredible effort. So that's what happened last night. And the Wizards scored 123 points because 80 of it came off the bench. That means your starters only had to score 43 points on the night. That's pretty awesome. So for those of you out there, if you're a Heat fan, chill out, relax. I get it. But they're 24-9. That's one heck of a record. One that you should be very proud of. And last night is what we call an aberration. Last night is what we call a fluke night. They're going to play the Wizards 10 more times, and they'll beat them 10 more times. But every once in a while, somebody's going to shock you, because that's how this game is played. But what are you going to do? 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program as we take you, of course, till about 3 o'clock, I would say, right after Jay Skursky. He'll join us, and we'll have a little fun with Jay. We do want to remind you that the National Horse Players Championship qualifier is coming out to Hialeah Park. It'll be Sunday, January 12th. Bill and I will be out there for a couple of hours to broadcast live, and they're gonna be giving away $10,000 to the winners, $5,000 to first place. That's amazing, man. You want to find out more? Go to HialeahPark.com. The winner will also get an NHC seat in Las Vegas, February 7th through the 9th at Bally's, so you can compete for the grand prize. You want to find out more? Go to HialeahPark.com.
I'm going to think about it, and I'm going to, just dwell on it and
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till mid.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All right, welcome back.
This is the Big O Show.
We take you, of course, till about 3, I would say, maybe a little before that. Jay Skursky is going to join us from the Buffalo News. He covered Chan Gailey while he was there, so we'll get a little thoughts from him about that. In a couple of minutes, Ryan Aber is going to join us, and we'll have a little fun with Ryan, and we'll get into some football talk with Ryan. He covers the Oklahoma Sooners for the Oklahoman, and he's going to join us, and we'll talk about Jalen Hurts, because obviously he is a Jalen Hurts beat writer, or in other words, an Oklahoma beat writer, and he covers Jalen Hurts. So Ryan Aber from the Oklahoman will be joining us shortly in a couple minutes here. So we'll have a little fun. If you want to get in, it's really simple, man. All you got to do is grab your cell phone and you want to send us a text. It's at 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program as we take you, of course, till about 3. And you can comment on anything in the world of sports, locally, nationally, all that good stuff. Let's see, what else do we have here to share with you on the program? Panthers are in action tonight. They are taking on the Blue Jackets on the road. The Phillip Rivers, we haven't gotten into Phillip Rivers. We got some sound. Eli Manning also I want to get into. There's a couple things there also that I want to get into. I didn't put out my basketball picks yesterday, and today I haven't had my basketball picks ready either. Man, I am completely slacking on that. I definitely got to pick up on the basketball stuff there for you guys. We also had a fantasy basketball segment earlier on the program. It'll be normally on Mondays. I want to make sure you guys know this. Mondays is when you'll catch Andy Behrens doing fantasy basketball, but yesterday with all the breaking news and everything else, we kind of pushed it back for today. And so now that's why you saw Andy today, but it'll be Mondays from now on. Now that we're not doing fantasy football anymore, Mondays will be fantasy basketball, and that'll be in the afternoon too. It won't be early part of the show. It'll be, I think it's scheduled for 1 or 2 o'clock, something along those lines. Also, not next week, but the week after next, Bill and I are going to be in St. Pete for the East-West Shrine game. Looking forward to that. We're going to give you all the draft coverage that you can possibly handle, man. It's going to be a lot of fun being out there at the East-West Shrine game, and that'll be our 21st year. So we'll give you wall-to-wall coverage of your that we can about any of these players. And then besides Ryan here at 2 o'clock, Jay Skursky is going to join us. And he is of the Buffalo News, and he covers the Bills on an everyday basis. So we'll have a little fun with Jay, and we'll talk some Bills with him at the bottom of the 2 o'clock hour. All right, let's get Ryan on now, and let's get ready to we'll talk a little college football as we get to talk to Ryan Aber, who covers the Oklahoma Sooners for the Oklahoman. So we'll have a little fun with Ryan there. And listen, Jalen Hurts is one of those guys that a lot of people have been talking about. A lot of Canes fans, a lot of Dolphin fans have mentioned him to me. And I would say that he's one of those cats that is more of a project than anything else. That's kind of the way I would look at him, because I don't look at him as a pure pocket passer. And that's the problem for me, that if you're not going to be a pure pocket passer, then all of a sudden I've got to design the whole offense around you. And that's where I kind of stand with this kid, that he's not really, your typical pro-style quarterback. And are you going to run something more like what you do with Lamar with him? That's the real question. Do we have him?
We have Ryan for you, sir.
All right, I like it. Ryan Aber covers the Oklahoma Sooners for the Oklahoman. Let's bring him aboard. Ryan, how are you doing, my man? Is it pronounced Aber?
It is.
Okay.
I appreciate that. A lot of people don't get it right the first time, so I appreciate it, and doing well. Glad to be on with y'all.
Well, listen, I can understand, because obviously my name being Orlando Alzigari, that is not necessarily the kind of name that people get right the first time, second time, or third time. You know what I'm saying? So I can feel your pain, my man. I know when it's a different kind of name, it kind of throws people off there. All right, so Ryan, you've been covering this young man obviously from the first day he stepped onto the campus, and one of the things that, okay, from afar now because I'm not around him, but watching him from Alabama and then watching him at Oklahoma, how many guys have you been around that are so good at handling adversity and all kinds of difference? Because he just seems to be, when it comes to leadership, it seems like that oozes out of him.
Yeah, there's some things you can pick on with this guy's game, but leadership and the way he handles difficult situations is certainly not one of them. He's been fantastic with the way that he handled everything that went down at Alabama, to have that level of success and then lose your starting job, and to deal with it the way that Jalen Hurts dealt with it, which was just to put his head down and get to work and work as long as he could before he made the decision to transfer, and then obviously handled everything phenomenally once he got to Oklahoma. So this guy's leadership and the way that he handles being around people and carrying them along to where he wants to be is absolutely phenomenal.
How do people respond to him, his teammates? Walk me through that vibe in the locker room, the connection between him and not just his offense, but maybe also his defensive players.
Yeah, I think I'll just start off with defense, just because there's a couple guys that really bonded with him right off the bat, and one of the biggest ones would be Kenneth Murray, the middle linebacker from Oklahoma, that is their best defensive player, or was for most of the year, and actually had a run-in with Jalen at in the Orange Bowl a year ago, and they started jawing at each other. But as soon as Jalen Hurts arrived on campus, he was this team's unquestioned leader, and I think a lot of that started because Kenneth Murray, who was already the leader of this defense, jumped aboard immediately, and that bond that they built was really special. And I also think that the bond that Jalen Hurts had with Alex Grinch, the other central figure in Oklahoma's success this year, turning their defense around, really went a long way toward endearing him to everybody else on this team.
Ryan Aber, of course, joining us. He covers the Oklahoma Sooners for the Oklahoman, and you can follow him on Twitter like I and so many others do at RY Aber. Follow him there, and you can get the latest on what's going on with the Oklahoma Sooners. The game against LSU, in a way, I mean, even the Baylor game, they weren't either great performances against Baylor or against LSU. Why would you say that?
Well, I think certainly in the Baylor game, a big part of that was the turnovers and the ability to hold on to the football, to make the correct decisions were sometimes an issue with him this year. And we saw that not only in those couple of games, but at other points, especially in the last half of the season, that he struggled with making throws that put them in not a great position as far as turnovers go. And also at times got pretty fast and loose with the ball, as we saw with some of the fumbles that he had. I think he got better at that as the year went on, but still was a bit of an issue. And I think at the LSU game, a big part of that was just the fact that LSU was so good, and especially on the back end, Oklahoma was missing a couple pieces, although that certainly doesn't make up the gap that we saw in that game that finished 63-28. But was certainly part of it, and Oklahoma really struggled to protect Jalen Hurts. And because of that, especially early, I thought Jalen Hurts got a little antsy in the pocket and at times made it seem like he had less time than he actually did.
What did you see different from him running the offense compared to Kyler Murray the 2 years before that?
Oh, I think it's not going to say a completely different offense, but it's a lot different with Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield for that matter, versus Jalen Hurts, and they didn't throw the ball down the field quite as much this year as they've done in the past, even though they had CeeDee Lamb, who was really good on those deep balls. It was many more short throws, quick reads. But they also took advantage of Jalen Hurts' running ability a lot. Kyler Murray was fantastic running the ball, but most of his was sort of improvisational, where he just, when the play breaks down, he's able to break out and make plays with his feet and make big plays with his feet. This year, they got so much more deliberate with calling the run-pass options that wound up a lot of times being read as a Jalen Hurts carry. And he took advantage of that. Was a fantastic runner. There's some questions about him at the next level as far as arm strength, as far as decision-making with regularity, like I mentioned earlier. But I thought this year was as much about Jalen Hurts' success, or as much about Lincoln Riley's innovation offensively and his ability to change with who he's got at quarterback, than about what Jalen Hurts was able to do, which was a lot. I think he was really good. It's just like I said, I think Lincoln Riley had a lot to do with that as well.
Ryan, how is he because you talked about not going deep as much? How accurate is he with that deep ball? Was that something that Lincoln didn't want to dial up as much because he didn't have that kind of confidence in it? And then part two, the ad-libbing that you talked about with Kyler Murray, he's still doing it at the NFL level. How is Jalen when everything breaks down and he's got ad-lib?
Yeah, I think Jalen much more just becomes a straightforward running back, where he's going to put his head down and sort of bull you to make yards. Now, how that works at the NFL when guys are a whole lot bigger, faster, stronger.
It doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work.
We'll see about that. Exactly. I think it takes a guy that's just with special kind of speed, like Kyler Murray, to make some of those things happen. So I think that becomes much more difficult. When you talk about his accuracy down the field, it's not what Baker Mayfield's or Kyler Murray's is. It was a whole lot better, though, than it was at Alabama. I think Jalen Hurts became a better thrower this year. I'm just not sure that that's enough to make him a game after game starter in the NFL.
Good stuff. Ryan Aber joining us here. And that's, to me, that's where I've never been convinced with this kid, because he kind of seems like, see, the thing with Kyler is he's actually very accurate from the pocket. I don't know if you force Jalen into the pocket and take his legs away, how does that accuracy go? Does it go up or does it go down in your eyes?
Yeah, I think that would be really difficult. I think so much of what makes Jalen Hurts a great college quarterback is that running ability that you have to account for on defense, and that forces you to take some things away from your pass coverage that they can exploit, and certainly get exploited in what Lincoln Riley does offensively, whether it be in the running game with other guys, whether it be in just sort of the dump passing game to guys like CeeDee Lamb or the tight ends. I think it's difficult to see that particular set of his game translating at the next level, which means he's got to be a pocket passer. And as you mentioned, Kyler Murray, when he sits back in the pocket, he can be very accurate.
Yep.
Same thing with Baker Mayfield when he gets time, although this year I think he regressed in a pretty significant way. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does at the next level. But I think, to me, it's got to be an offense that really works well for him. I said this with Baker Mayfield, and of course he found that offense. Mm-hmm. But I think Jalen Hurts even more so would have to be just a perfect fit in the NFL for him to have long-term success.
When you're talking about Baker, and one of the things he struggled this year was when they put pressure on him. How is Jalen? Because, see, that's the thing about Kyler, I got to give him credit, man. He's better than what I thought he was going to be at this level. I still worry about his size and taking shots and how that's going to hold up. But he's got that elusiveness, and he's got that quality that Lamar has, also Jackson. And that's not something that Jalen has. He's not elusive. And when it comes to ad-libbing, that's a problem for him. When it comes to passing, that's a problem for him. It's hard to see him because a lot of fans, Ryan, they're going to think that, oh, he's athletic, he can run. Well, they'll make him do the things that Kyler does. They'll make him do the things that Lamar does. He's really not those guys, right?
Yeah, he's not either of those kind of quarterbacks. I think, we're talking about Kyler Murray. He's got world-class speed. I mean, he's, was right up there with Marquise Hollywood Brown as the fastest guys on that team last year. And, we've seen what kind of speed that Marquise Brown has now that he's healthy. That's not Jalen Hurts. And like you said, it's a whole lot tougher to do that in the NFL. I think you saw, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, in that LSU game, sometimes he ducked out of pressure that wasn't there, where he had time to sit back in the pocket, stand tall, and make the throws. And sometimes he got antsy and got flushed out of the pocket, and it wound up him running for maybe a yard or two or getting brought down in the backfield. And if you do those things in the NFL, if you feel pressure that isn't there, it's going to be really, really hard to have much success at that level.
If he's not elite as a passer, if he's not elite in the pocket, he's not elite running either at the next level because he's not going to be as elusive as those other guys. What kind of a system does he fit in your eyes at the next level? Because it almost sounds like he's probably more of a gimmick and an athlete than anything else than a quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult to find a really good fit for him because I think you're going to have to find one where he's asked to make a lot of quick throws. He's got to have a good offensive line in front of him to give him some time and to give him confidence to sit in the pocket. Now, that's not to say that he can't become a better pocket passer, making the jump to the next level. I mean, we've seen the ability for this guy to work and change his game and things like that. But I think to me, it's just got to be a perfect fit again. Was talking with a couple of OU beat guys the other day, talking about what would be best for him. I hate to do this for a quarterback, and I think there's a chance that Jalen Hurts could find the right system and become a decent NFL quarterback. But
you're staying away. Wait a minute, you're staying away from being Bill Polian. Come on, admit it, Ryan. Let's go. You want to give me a Bill Polian-like comment? Shoot, baby. Go ahead. You can do it.
I mean, I think that it's going to be really difficult for him to have consistent success at the NFL at the quarterback position. I think he could be served, or not better served. I think he would have a chance at having a longer NFL career at another position. But some guys just don't want to give up quarterback, and you can understand that. And like I said, if he makes the steps, maybe he could be a guy who played in the NFL for a significant amount of time, but I think it's going to be really difficult.
Baker Mayfield, so let me ask you something. When you see the struggles this year, because he kind of was able to live off of play action last year, and I thought Freddie Kitchens actually didn't establish Chubb in the running game enough to help out Baker this year with that play action. But they've got him like the one-read guy now, and that's kind of been what's been exposed, and they also know where he likes to roll to and what side. So you tell me, after watching Baker there and now watching Baker 1 year to the next, and the NFL kind of figure him out, what's his next step for you?
Well, I think he's got to adjust to those things. He's got to be more unpredictable at where he rolls out of. He's got to be better at just sitting there in the pocket without the play action and making plays downfield and be more consistent. I think the NFL's adjusted to him. It's his turn to adjust back, and we'll see how that works. I still think, if you ask me, the three quarterbacks that we're talking about at OU here, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, if you ask me which one is going to be more successful in the NFL long term, right now it's hard to argue against Kyler Murray the way that he's performed. And I think it's going to be more difficult for teams to adjust to what he's able to do than it has been with Baker Mayfield, and then it will be with Jalen Hurts.
I'm with you 100% there. And let me tell you, with Kyler Murray's kind of won me over a little bit as a player. I still worry about him physically, right, Ryan? That's the one thing that I do worry, that if he does take a couple of shots, I don't know how he's going to be able to react, because I know he's kind of thick for a small guy, but he's still small for the NFL, which is still pretty amazing. And let me tell you, were you amazed that he was able to kind of stay healthy all year also?
I was a little bit, but, I mean, that's just who Kyler Murray is. Like I said, his speed, his elusiveness, I've never seen anybody who is able to avoid contact quite the way that Kyler Murray does. And it's easy to say, oh, he's a baseball player, he knows how to slide. But it's much more than that.
Oh, yeah.
The way that he's able to avoid taking big hits. Now, eventually he's going to take some big hits in the NFL that are going to, put him in bad positions. But I think as long as he maintains the kind of speed he has right now, that he's got a chance to hang around this league for a while.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. You can follow Ryan, by the way, on Twitter at RYAber and catch his work there at the Oklahoman covering the Sooners. And by the way, Ryan, just tell Lincoln to go recruit some defensive players, please. Just a few, dude. Come on. You've got the offense thing down, Pat. Let's get that entire conference up to recruiting some defensive players so they can compete for a national championship, man. It's got to be frustrating for Big 12 fans, right? It's like, man, our offenses are awesome, but we can't stop anybody, and it burns us every time.
Yeah, they're trying to get better about that. I think that the class that they just signed here in December has a higher level of talent on the defensive side. Alex Grinch only had one of his signees on this team this year. That'll change pretty significantly next year. They had a really short secondary. Parnell Motley at 6'0" was their tallest defensive back most of the year until in that Peach Bowl when Woody Washington, a freshman, got thrown out there sort of prematurely because of a targeting ejection. So they feel like they're making strides on that side of the ball, but it's going to be interesting to see how much different that defense looks last year with Alex Grinch and having much more of his players than it did this year. When it was better, it just wasn't, as we saw in the Peach Bowl, at the level needed to compete for a national championship.
Yeah. I don't think you're as old as I am, but dude, I'm 53. I'm old enough to remember when like Oklahoma had like bad-ass defensive players. Okay, I mean NFL like defensive studs on those teams. Yeah. I mean, all they got to do is find a couple, and they're competing for a national championship. I mean, legitimately competing, because most of us now, when we see a Big 12 team get into the playoffs, it's like, okay, they stand no shot. It's hard to ever pick a Big 12 team because none of them play defense yet.
Yeah, I think, I grew up in Oklahoma City in the mid-'80s. I'm actually 42 years old now.
There you go.
To make sure I was giving you the right answer. So I grew up watching, guys like Brian Bosworth and Ricky Dixon play defense for the Sooners. And then later, obviously, especially early in the Bob Stoops era, with guys like Teddy Lehman and Dusty Dvorak and Tommy Harris and those kind of guys, Gerald McCoy. It's been a while since they've had that big difference maker on defense, especially in the front seven. And I think Kenneth Murray was a little bit better at that in the middle of the linebacker spot this year, but they've got to get to where they've got 3 or 4 or 5 of those guys on defense to really feel like that they can compete once they get to bowl season. And like I said, I think they feel like they're a whole lot closer to that now than they were 11 months ago when Alex Grinch arrived. But they've still got to keep making strides in order to get better on that side of the ball and be able to compete with the LSUs, the Ohio States, the Clemsons of the world.
Ryan, can you explain how it all changed? Because it's not a lack of resources, because we know Oklahoma's a freaking great university and they've got every resource possible. So we know when recruits walk in there, they've got to be I've seen Lincoln Riley's office, dude. I want to live in that thing. Are you kidding me? It's one of the greatest offices in the history of the planet. Okay, so it's not like it's not a sexy place to go. They can get great offensive players. What was the watershed moment? Where was it that they all of a sudden decided, well, we're only going to be great on offense? That's the part I don't understand about whatever, Oklahoma, Nebraska, all these teams that I used to remember when I was young. They had plenty of great defensive players.
Yeah, I think a big part of it was first of all, when Mike Stoops left and went to Arizona the first time, and then he came back, they were never able to recapture that. They stopped being able to get big-time defensive linemen, and it really got harder as the league started becoming much more of an offensive league. People started thinking of the Big 12 as, sort of this place where people went to play video game football, and all of the big-time, 4- and 5-star defensive linemen especially started all going to the SEC instead of even thinking about the Big 12. And, OU's defensive recruiting, they've missed on a lot of people, and that's obvious given where they've stood in the Big 12 up until this year over the last 3 or 4 years. But also it's become much more difficult for any team in this conference to recruit at a championship type of level on the defensive side. They think they got better there, especially on defensive line this year by signing a couple JUCO guys that they're hoping can, one, be immediate contributors up there, and two, can start showing young defensive line recruits that you can have success in the Big 12. And I think this conference is shifting back a little bit for the defensive side, but it'll be interesting to see how that looks recruiting-wise, not only in this 2020 cycle, but 2021 and 2022 as they try to build the core of a defense that they feel like can compete.
Ryan Aber from the Oklahoman joining us here, talking a little Oklahoma football. Ryan, thank you for taking some time, my man. Great insight. Really appreciate it, my brother. Hope to do it again down the line.
Sounds great. Really enjoyed it, and really thanks for having me on. Have a great New Year's.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it. Happy New Year, Ryan. Thank you. There you go. Good stuff from Ryan Aber, man. All right, let me tell you a little bit about Craig Zins, Acura of Pembroke Pines, folks. They got some great deals going on right now, man. Hey, it's the new year coming up, right? And they're closing out. They want to close out the month strong. Get on down there right now. They still have some 2019 models, the ILX 189, 2020 models. Let's start off with the TLX 209. The RDX, my wife drives one. My daughter drives one. $309 a month. The MDX $339, only $29.99. Do it signing plus tax tag and registration. Hey, go experience it for yourself. They got a sales staff that is second to none. They are absolutely awesome. They will take care of you. So get on down to 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75 in Pines. Finest dealership in the business, baby. It is Craig Zins, Acura of Pembroke Pines.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million, whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All right, welcome back. We are ready to rock. We are ready to get on Jay Skursky, and we're going to talk a little Buffalo Bills, but in the past. Well, you know what? We'll ask him about the current Buffalo Bills too. What the hell? We'll have a little fun with that, since they are going to have a little playoffs for themselves. But that'll happen for us soon here in Miami. But anyway, Jay has been covering the Bills for a while, and Chan Gailey was in town, so I wanted to ask him a little bit about Chan Gailey and his thoughts on Gailey and what he saw and what kind of coach. And, I gave you my thoughts, but I always like to bring on other people and give you their thoughts and their experiences, because the one thing about Chan that's really interesting, he's actually run all kinds of different offenses. And that's why I think he's also there, because there's a lot of experience, there's a lot of versatility, there's a very good understanding of the position of quarterback. And Miami is in the midst of trying to build all of that. And if you're not going to be able to get a young, established offensive coordinator, and you're going to put one in place that maybe is not experienced, this is when you bring in a Chan Gailey to kind of add that kind of experience. So that's why I kind of find it interesting, and we'll talk to Jay Skursky about that now here on the program, since he's been covering the Bills for a long, long time here. Do we have him? All right, we are getting ready to get Jay on. Bills are getting ready to visit the Texans on Saturday at 4:35.
We have Jay for you, sir.
Excellent. You can follow him on Twitter at Jay Skursky. You can catch his work there at the Buffalo News. Jay, good afternoon, my friend. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
It's always good to have you on, Jay. Jay, how long you've been covering the Bills already at this point?
Oh, geez. At least 10 years, probably a little bit more when you go back to my first stop in my career. But, yeah, with the Buffalo News, 10 years now.
Okay, so let's talk a little Chan Gailey. Chan was just hired here in Miami. And I think he's going to be kind of a mentor, too, to kind of guide the offense and quarterbacks. I don't know if he's really going to be like the full-time offensive coordinator. I think Shaplinski might be a guy that also handles some of those duties, and I think he's going to be a little bit more of a mentor. But walk us through your experiences of Chan Gailey and how he did there on offense.
Yeah, I think he took a rather unheralded group of players offensively with the Bills and turned it into a pretty darn good offense at times. And obviously, he's a fan of the spread offense. He likes to run a lot of wide receivers. You'll see even some 5 wide receiver sets, things like that. But he had a knack for taking guys who maybe weren't the most talented players on the field and turning it into a cohesive offense. And obviously, he's got a very long history and relationship with Ryan Fitzpatrick. We'll see how long Ryan Fitzpatrick continues on as the Dolphins quarterback. But Chan knows him well, and given the way that Fitzpatrick ended the season there, you certainly have to wonder if that was in part of the move here. But yeah, I mean, Chan Gailey is number one. Getting a chance to be around him in Buffalo here, I can say that when he was let go, there was a lot of disappointment among the fan base. The timing was probably right. They were not able to get over the hump with Chan Gailey, but in terms of just who he was as a person, he had a lot of people in Buffalo rooting for him to succeed. And I think you'll find that to be the case down there in Miami as well.
Yeah, Jay, I had him down here for a year. It was a long time ago in the early 2000s. Dave Wanstead time, and I was the beat guy then. And I came away with a lot of respect for him. And I think everybody that's kind of worked with him ends up feeling the same way about Chan Gailey. And here's the other thing that's kind of it's funny. We can trip out on it. You and I can laugh about it because this is what some fans tell me. And it's weird because you just gave the reason why it's actually a good hire. But fans are coming up to me and saying, well, wait a minute, dude, this guy's really old. The NFL has changed and all of that. And you just talked about it. This is a guy that loves the spread. He was actually doing stuff maybe more ahead of where the NFL is now. So actually, Chan fits more of what they're doing now in the NFL on a general basis than ever.
Yeah, no question. I mean, he in a lot of ways he was probably ahead of his time with some of that stuff. So yeah, don't think that because you're getting Chan Gailey, that you're going to, given his age, that it's going to be run, punt, or run, pass, punt, I guess I should say. It's going to be completely the opposite of that. I mean, he'll throw the ball on first down. He'll throw the ball on second down. He is not going to be afraid at all to put the ball in the air. So I don't think people should worry about that. This hire setting the Dolphins offense back, 20 or 30 years in terms of the style of football that they're going to play.
I'm with you there. Jay Skursky, by the way, you can follow him on Twitter at Jay Skursky. You can catch his work there at the Buffalo News. Jay, when you talk about Chan and his style, is it aggressive? Is it conservative? Is it somewhere in the middle? How would you describe it to Dolph fans?
Yeah, I'd say it's somewhere in the middle. I mean, he's, I always fall more on the aggressive side of the coin. I prefer to see NFL coaches be a little bit more aggressive, but we just know for whatever reason that's not exactly their style, right? And they're conservative by nature, but I would not consider Chan Gailey to be conservative by any stretch. I do think, as I said before, that he is going to be aggressive, particularly when it comes to throwing the football. And to me, it'll be pretty interesting. Obviously, I think most people are expecting Miami to be heavily invested in the quarterback class coming up, and what that could mean for them. But I'm particularly interested to see if they kind of get the band back together, if you will, with Ryan Fitzpatrick and Chan. What is Fitzpatrick? Is he on a 1-year deal, or does he have another year on his contract down there?
Yeah, he's got another year, Doggy. He's got one more. So I think that's I think he's part of the bridge for the next quarterbacks. I think that's what it is. I think both he and Gailey are here to kind of mentor. One's here to mentor coaches. The other one's here to mentor the players. I think that's kind of what they're
well, in terms of guys, I mean, I'm sure you guys have gotten to know Fitzpatrick a little bit. Obviously, we know Fitz here in Buffalo, and everybody loved him up here. So I don't think you could do a heck of a lot better in terms of it. It's just quality of human beings in those positions, and I think Ryan Fitzpatrick is going to be ideal for that job, kind of mentoring a young guy, particularly if it is a high first-round draft pick. I could easily see why the Dolphins would be interested in doing something like that, and it will be a lot of fun. I don't know, how many wins it's going to lead to Miami to, at least next year with, anytime you have a rookie quarterback or a veteran, for that matter, kind of guiding him along, you're probably not going to be expected to be really, really competitive, for another year or two. But, it will be pretty interesting, at least from a Buffalo perspective, to watch it from afar, to see all these years later Chan Gailey and Ryan Fitzpatrick reunited.
So let me ask you something. Jay Skursky from the Buffalo News, he covered Chan Gailey when he was there in Buffalo for a couple of years. What quarterbacks exactly did he work with there in Buffalo? And then part two of that question, or follow-up to that, is how your experiences with him with either veteran or young quarterbacks, because he may have a mix of that here while he's here, because he may be working with Fitz, who he knows very well, but then he also may be working with some young guys that they may be trying to mold. So talk to us about that. What quarterbacks did he work with in Buffalo, and how do you think he'll work with young and old?
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot here. I'm trying to jog my memory now. So let's see. We've had 3 years of McDermott, 2 of Rex, 2 of Marone, and then it would have been 3 of Chan. So we're going back, 7 years now here, 8 years, I guess. Obviously, the most success that he had was Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'm trying to think when Chan was first hired, the Bills had a young guy by the name of Trent Edwards who started for them, and I'm sure that they overlapped at some point. But it was pretty clear early on in Gailey's tenure that Ryan Fitzpatrick was going to be his guy. And, in terms of, the veteran versus the young player, Fitzpatrick kind of came in and he did what Ryan Fitzpatrick does, which what we've seen him do in New York. We saw him do it in Buffalo. We certainly saw him do it down there in Miami this year. He can play really good football for a season at a time or a half a season at a time. He can kind of convince you that, we can win games with this guy. And that's what happened with Chan Gailey and Ryan Fitzpatrick together. And again, there was not a lot of talent on those offenses. I mean, Fitzpatrick was a 7th round pick. their best receiver at that time, Stevie Johnson, was a 7th-round pick. They had undrafted receivers. They had an undrafted running back in Fred Jackson. So they were a very kind of unheralded group that Gailey was able to mesh into a cohesive, pretty darn good offense at times. But the key, I think, was the relationship that he had with Ryan Fitzpatrick to be able, to run that scheme, the spread system, as we talked about. He put a lot of faith and a lot of trust in Ryan Fitzpatrick to do that. And I don't know that he would, want to, obviously there will be pressure to play a young guy, particularly if he's taken in the top 5 of the draft. But I think you got a good situation there with Ryan Fitzpatrick, who, as I said before, can really mentor a young player, help him through learning Gailey's offense, and then, when the time is right, you turn it over to the young guy. I think that's a pretty good setup for the Dolphins.
Well, Jay, you'll be covering a playoff game this weekend. What do you think about the Bills' chances against the Texans?
I think they got a good chance. I actually think this is a pretty good matchup for the Bills. Obviously the Houston Texans have some weapons on the offensive side of the football. They ran the ball pretty well this year with Carlos Hyde. I think the lone weakness that the Bills might have defensively is against the run. That would be my only concern. But this team is very, very good against the pass, and they've got a number 1 cornerback in Tre'Davious White, who I think the NFL is starting to sort of take notice of. And I think they're going to feel pretty good about putting Tre'Davious White on DeAndre Hopkins, and obviously Hopkins is one of the best receivers in the game, but Tre'Davious White is going to be eager to go out and show that he's one of the best cornerbacks in this game. So I think offensively for the Bills, the Texans are not a very good defense. They're 28th in the league in yards allowed. They're 31st in third down defense. They're dead last in red zone defense. So this Bills offense has really, I think, struggled at times. It's still growing in its second year with Josh Allen at quarterback, but it's getting there. And they ended the season playing against 6 straight top 10 defenses. Well, now they go into the playoffs and they get the 28th ranked defense. So I think we're going to see this Bills offense sort of break out here a little bit against this Texans team. And if the Bills defense can do what it's done pretty much all season, I really do like the Bills' chances of pulling what I would consider to be a mild upset. I mean, you look at the point spread right now, it's 3.5. So, people are expecting a pretty close game. I think I see that too, but I feel very good about the Bills' chances of going and getting a road playoff win this week.
Jay, one more thing before I let you go. Where are you with Josh Allen? Because he looks like a cool kid, obviously plays his ass off. I still don't believe that he knows where that arm is going at times, and the accuracy is something that I know he's improved in certain areas, but there are moments that it will leave you scratching your head, and I just don't believe you'll be able to always count on that arm, especially in key moments. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, the accuracy did improve this year, and, you look at the completion percentage, I think it jumped up 6 points, which was a pretty good jump. It's still not where it needs to be. I think it needs to jump up, probably another 6 points next year, too. I will say the short and intermediate passing game, he was much more accurate this year. There was a noticeable improvement in that. Did he miss some of those throws? Sure, but, every quarterback is going to do that. The area for Josh Allen that has to get better, and it has to get a lot better next season, is with the deep ball accuracy. He missed way too many opportunities that were there for him down the field this year, and that really stunted the growth of this offense. And it took a lot of points off the board, quite frankly, when Josh Allen missed on open deep ball. So that's something that he's going to have to improve on, this offseason. But you look overall, he had 29 touchdowns combined between passing and rushing. I said 30 before the year would have been a pretty good number, and he basically sat out the season finale because it was meaningless. So I think he would have got to that number. He showed a lot of growth here in the second year, and he is far from a finished product. He'd be the first to tell you that. But I think when you consider what, the steps they were able to take as a team and particularly as an offense, you have to remember, guys, they had 9 new starters on offense this year. That is a great deal of turnover. So they're not there yet offensively, but I think Josh Allen showed enough to be reasonably optimistic that in 2020, if he can take the steps that he took from year 1 to year 2, if he can carry that over into year 3, they may have something here.
Yeah, and they didn't play Nathan Peterman this year. So As long as Peterman's not there, there has to be some hope. But that one really left me floored, Jay. I don't know what they saw in that guy, dude. That was. Ugh.
Yeah, that was. It feels like a lifetime ago that Nathan Peterman was out there for this team. It was just last season though, and funny enough, the injury to Josh Allen happened in the game at Houston, where they'll be going here this weekend for the playoff game, and that was the last time that we saw Nathan Peterman. And I'm sure from a Bills fan perspective, they would say mercifully that was the last time that they saw him. But yeah, this is Josh Allen's show up here in Buffalo right now, and there's no question that this franchise is committed to him being their franchise quarterback, and we'll see if he can take that step, and he could take a huge step in that right direction this weekend if he can get a playoff win.
Yeah, and beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and right now John Gruden is in love with Nathan Peterman, so it is what it is. What are you going to do, my man? Follow him on Twitter at Jay Skursky. Catch his work there at the Buffalo News. Hey, Jay, Dolphins really appreciate it. Great insight on Chan Gailey and a little Ryan Fitzpatrick, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime. Happy New Year. Thanks.
Thank you, my brother. Happy New Year. There you go. Jay Skursky from the Buffalo News. I thought that was cool, man. That's good insight for you Dolphin fans. A little bit on Chan Gailey. We'll work on more of that for you here on the program. Stuff that you're really not going to get on other shows.
Yeah, considering
they're not really hardcore football like we are.
We did that pretty quick, man. He just got hired this morning, and bada bing, let's get some insight on our guy.
That's how we go, bro. That's how we roll on this show. We get it done for you. We work harder than anybody else. That's how it's always going to be. Anyway, we got to wrap it up here on the show. It's been 4 hours, man.
Sure, man. I could use another 10 or 15 minutes so I could cut stuff up, man.
I don't know if my voice can use another 10 or 15 minutes.
No, dude.
I've done so much radio in the last calendar week.
Yes.
I mean, and I did something stupid, which I'll never do again. All right? I mean, I don't mind doing my stuff on Sirius. It's fun. But this is my priority now because this is going really, really well for us. And we're
you put yourself in a hell of a gauntlet this past 10 days.
Yeah,
man.
dude. But this past Friday where I did the show at Acura, then the show at Hialeah, and then a show on Sirius, I will not do that again.
That was psycho. That was psycho, man.
I did 3 radio shows
Well,
on Friday.
you know what? If you were doing regular, like that day, because we did 5, if you were doing regular radio 5 hour, it's not ours.
Yeah.
Ours was 10.
Yes.
And then you flew out of there.
Yes.
And then went home, took a nap, and then get back on the air 2 hours later to do another 3.
Yeah, because every hour, if you look at our hours, you'll get 50-something, close to an hour. I think the first hour is well over an hour already. So,
brother, you did 77 minutes in a row.
Right. So you're never going to get that on radio. You won't get more. You won't get 17 minutes in a row because they can't do a segment that long. You know what I mean? We just did an interview right now that interview must have lasted like 17, 18. You'll never get that.
Okay. So.
Manny Navarro was on for like 20-something minutes. You will never get that on local radio.
Okay, so we're leaving Eli, Phillip, and Coach Spoelstra all in the bank.
Yep. I got a bunch of things that we can get to. But you know what? Tomorrow I'll give you guys a small podcast with anything that, the Panthers play tonight. I don't know if the Dolphins hire anybody, whatever. Something will break, and I'll put it together for tomorrow, and we'll keep it going. And then Thursday we're back to our normal, full 4-hour fledge. So we'll get it rocking. But we'll do our best tomorrow to put something while we're at home.
Just in case people haven't looked at it, there's a nice little group of games tomorrow, man.
Oh, it's the first.
But I mean, we've come so accustomed to the playoff.
Right.
And like we all kind of go to those 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
But the 4 games tomorrow, man, they're all kind of interesting.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice group of games.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. No doubt about it.
Look at that jacket.
Yeah.
Look at that jacket.
Badass.
5-time national champs in the back. I love that.
Yeah, that is.
Jeff, have hope, my brother.
Hopefully we'll add, right? Hopefully we'll add to it.
We got to.
Yes.
We got to.
Yes.
Come on, man. We're Canes. We got to.
We want to thank all of you for tuning in as always and keeping it locked here on our program every single day. We want to thank you for your
You guys have knocked us on our
amazing
ass.
support.
During the holiday, we were expecting a drop. You guys have been incredible.
Yes. Incredible and a half what's been going on. And we thank you for it because we're headed for another incredible record day. Maybe not a record. I don't know if we'll break the record, but you could. I mean, it's a possibility with a few hours left here. You could. So we appreciate everything that you guys are doing for us. And this will keep it going. Your support, go to our website, BigORadioshow.com. All of the shows are there, and you can download them there. You can subscribe, all kinds of stuff. Go to our Twitter page, Big O Show. Subscribe to our YouTube page. Very important. Spread the word. We need to get to 1,000. We are at 653, I think it says there right now. So we need to definitely get to 1,000. So help us out in a big-time way. 659, actually.
Tonight at the New Year's Eve parties, grab people and just tell them, hey, go and subscribe to this.
That's right. Subscribe. Big O Radio Show. Subscribe. We love you. Thank you for your support. Bill.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Bill.
Freaking amazing, my brother.
And Happy New Year, John Cassio out there, sir. And
Yes,
Happy New Year
John.
to all of our amazing sponsors for making it a great 2019. It was a frustrating 2019. It has finished very happy, and we are going to get stronger than ever in 2020. The stuff that I've got planned here, Bill and I are going to make it happen. I'm telling you. You guys be good out there.
We'll talk to you next year.